It's Pink October again, and for those of you who do not know, October has been designated for creating awareness of breast cancer. Now, you want to join me and other medical practitioners here at the Medifair Multi-Specialist Hospital all through the month of October as we bring to you some causes, some effects, preventive measures and treatments of breast cancer. My name is Stella J. Jomsugli. Yeah, welcome back from that break, and I'm seated with a general practitioner at the Medifair Multi-Specialist and Fertility Center. Her name is Dr. Oyeronke Suliat. Oye. Yes, hello, Doc.
Hello.
Let's talk about cancer. What is cancer?
So cancer is abnormal growth of cells in the body. It can occur anywhere in the body. It's basically when the cells grow abnormally, more than usual.
Okay, so there's cancer of the eye, the nose, the mouth,
any part of the body you can think of that has cells that can be a cancer.
Okay, so abnormal growth in the body means there's a normal process that cells grow in the body, but if it moves away from that process, it means that there's cancer. Okay, so now let's talk about breast cancer. How does it start and what exactly is breast cancer?
Okay, so breast cancer basically means abnormal cell growth in the breast. So in the breast, we have three types of cells in the breast. There's the lobule, which is where the milk comes from.
Okay.
And then you have the duct, which is the ductal cells, which forms the duct that act like a tunnel for the milk to flow through.
Okay.
And then you have fibrous tissues, tissue cells, which basically form like a supporting structure for all the ducts and the lobules in the breast. And you can have cancer in any of these tissue. So depending on the tissue where the cancer is from, like where the abnormal growth happens, then you have that particular type of cancer in the breast, basically.
Okay, so it's abnormal because why does something just start growing in a part of your body? So what brings out that abnormal growth? So talk about the causes of the cancer.
Okay, so in for breast cancer, okay, so for cancer in general, when cancer grows, so normally the cell, it goes through it divides, and then the cell grows for some number of days or years depending on the lifespan of the cell. So each cell has a lifespan in the body. So when the body gets to its full lifespan, the cell dies. Okay. But in the case of a cancerous cell, instead of them dying, they continue growing. They continue to divide and reproduce. And then they reproduce excessively, abnormally, out of the normal rate. So let's say maybe a cell is supposed to divide like 10 times. For a cancerous cell can divide like 100 times. So in the breast, there are factors and things that can lead to that abnormality coming on, like triggering the abnormality in the breast. So one of there are those you can work on, like you can do something about, and there are some that you are born with it and there's nothing you can do about it, really. So the ones you can do something about are like too much alcohol, smoking, being overweight, contraceptive use, some hormone therapy basically for contraception can increase your chances. So the alcohol, the smoking, they cause oxidation in your body, like oxidants, and that prones you to the cancer. Those are the ones you can do something about. The ones you cannot do something about is a woman's age. So the older, it's not just women and men can get breast cancer.
Yes, I was going to ask
but the older you grow, the higher the risk of you having an abnormal cell and the higher the chance of you getting breast cancer. Okay, you can also get other cancers, but in this case we are talking about breast cancer.
Yes.
Okay. And apart from age, for women, if you menstruate earlier than usual, so usually they say before the age of 12, then you are at a higher risk of breast cancer. And if you have your menopause after age of 55, those women are more at higher risk of breast cancer. This is because they are exposed to hormones in the body. There are hormones that make a woman a woman. So your estrogen, for example, you are prone to it. And this hormone, they tell the cells to divide. They can encourage the cells to divide. So if you are exposed to it for a longer time, there's a higher chance that your cells will divide abnormally. Okay. Another risk factor is this one too you can modify really, is having children later than usual and not breastfeeding.
Okay,
as well.
so the last time I was here, Doc told me that the best age for any woman to give birth is 22 years. We've all been marveled. So
Yes.
if you don't give birth early, that's the point I'm making.
Yeah, so if you don't give birth early, you have a higher chance. So all these things I'm mentioning, all these risk factors I'm mentioning, doesn't mean that if you do them, you definitely get breast cancer. It's just that they are part of them. So like the risk factors, so for you to get cancer or breast cancer in general, you have it's a multifactorial thing. It's not just one factor.
Okay.
So there is the lifestyle factor, the environmental factor, and then you have your genetics as well playing part. So I'm just mentioning some of these factors that can increase your chance. It's like playing a lottery. I mean, it's not a lottery anybody wants to win, but it's like playing a lottery. The more entry you have, the higher the chance of you being picked.
So it means that if you have maybe it's in your family line.
Yes.
So if you have the hereditary.
Yes. So I was going to come to that.
Okay.
So like hereditary is also a factor.
Okay.
So it is known that if you your first line, the female line, basically the mother, the sisters, and aunties, when they have breast cancer, there's a high chance that the person would have breast cancer. So this is because they carry some genes that can put them at a higher risk of breast cancer.
Right, so it means that if it's in your family and you also don't take good care of yourself, or like your lifestyle choices also come into play, then you have a higher chance of getting it. So if for the ones that you cannot control, if you are that kind of person, it means that you have to be extra careful about the ones that you can control.
And also you have to go for screening more often, so that when you have it, they can pick it up early and treat it early.
Okay, so how will I know that I have breast cancer?
Okay, so in the developed world, and I think Ghana is getting there as well, where people are getting screened regularly, is usually picked up from ultrasound scans or from mammogram when women are sent to go and do these things. But apart from that, people can present with a lump in the breast, okay, or a lump in the armpit. So also another symptom that people tend to present with is a rash or abnormality of the skin of the breast. So abnormalities such as reddening of the skin of the breast, thickening of the skin, and sometimes the skin might look like an orange peel, the way the tiny holes, dots in the orange peel, the way it looks.
Okay.
So they can come with that, or they could have an ulcer on the breast as well. they could also present with pain in the breast, or the breast might look abnormal as compared to the other side, like maybe bigger or look weird, like irregular shaped as compared to the other breast. They can also present with the nipple going inside or moving from the usual level it is. Having all these symptoms doesn't mean you have breast cancer, by the way. It could be caused by other things, other abnormality of the breast. So it's better when you have such symptoms, you come to the hospital. Don't think you have breast cancer until you are told you have. So because you have to go through a series of tests before it can be diagnosed.
Okay, so let's talk about screening. Now that you have an idea about what breast cancer can be, how you can get it, how often should you go for screening?
Okay, so for every woman is advised to screen their breast monthly at the same time in the month. So you can, there's the touch, look, and feel. So you look at your breast in the mirror, you touch it, and you feel for lumps in your breast. So they say you should get to know your breast. So with every month, you know what your breast feels like, and when you feel something abnormal, then you can call your doctor.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the preventive measures that anyone can adopt to prevent breast cancer.
Okay. So the most important thing you can do to prevent breast cancer is eating healthy. So if you have a good healthy diet, a lot of vegetables, you reduce your risk of cancer, not just breast cancer, any cancer.
Okay.
Reducing alcohol intake. So the lower, you should try and reduce the amount of alcohol you take, or if possible, stop taking alcohol as a whole.
But people say wine is good for the body.
Yes. So when they say you can take 1 glass of wine, there are different kinds of wines. So the regular wine is what they meant, like the red wine. Okay. They have lower alcohol intake. They are not talking about whiskey or vodka.
Or gin.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So reduce the intake of alcohol or stop at all.
Yes.
Okay.
Smoking. If someone smokes,
any type of
smoking, you increase your chance of getting cancers. This is because they give you oxidants in the body, and it increases your chance of getting cancer, like your cells becoming abnormal, and increase your chance of getting cancers in general. Exercise, good exercise. It's important that you exercise daily or weekly. You should make it a routine to increase your exercise, so that you can reduce your risk of getting cancers. Yes.
Okay.
Also, a woman should take fish oil. Not just women, men too, because men can get cancer as well. Fish oil contains a lot of nutrients and a lot of antioxidants, which protects you from cancers, including breast cancer.
Okay. Fish oil.
Yes, fish oil.
That's new.
Yes, and then, like I said earlier, the TLC, touch, look, and call your doctor if there's any abnormality in your breast.
All right. Thank you very much. Touch, look, or call your doctor whenever you spot any form of abnormality in your breast. Thank you very much, Dr. Suliat.
Thank you
for helping us with that education. My name is Stella Jejom Sugli, and we'll be back with another episode.
Ghana Water Company from Sunday, October 2nd, 2022 commenced spilling of excess water in its dam at Weija. 2 days down the line, this has resulted in flooding in various communities in the Weija municipality. Currently, this is a bridge serving one of the areas in Weija called Away. The bridge serves as one of the paths that leads to the area, and currently the excess water or the flood water is threatening to cut this place off. We understand that a lot of people are currently in their homes and have been left stranded. Those who have been able to brace the flood waters are making their way out of the community. We speak to some of the community members to find out their plight.
It is the main one that serves the community and the new Weija. It links old Weija and new Weija.
And now it is being cut off.
Yeah, and it's the first time, honestly. You know, we had a catchment area. We had a catchment area that was some pits that keeps the water, and then they've come to dump boiler waste in it. And because of that, that is what you are seeing. Everywhere is flooded.
You just came from there?
Yeah, I live across.
What's the situation?
Extra worse. People are having to relocate. In fact, for so many years I have lived here, I've never witnessed anything like this. It is precarious. Lives might be lost. Yes, I do. I do.
I understand some people have been caught up in their rooms.
Yes, I mean, it's more trouble. You can't even move your car, you know, and that is what it is. So I decided to check what is happening around this area too, and this is what I see. For about 2 days now, people have not been able to get out of their houses, and it is getting worse. You know, that is the situation. No, it's not waterways. We don't have people building in waterways. We used to have pits where the Chinese dug soil from there. I had to build a national theater, you know, and so the waters were collecting there whenever they spilled the dam. But they've come to put boiler in it. It's become a dumping site. They want to reclaim the land and sell it. So once they put waste in it, the water has nowhere to hold than to come into the houses. That is the problem.
And a bridge weapon and
a bridge weapon, bridge in so a biwa. Yet to me faha. And round corner, and in then I am massa. Sunday no mubuye. About 3 years.
3 years now. It's one about the sign affected.
Missy, your name in Academ. Yentmin, Yemenina Caho.
And Yama, any day.
Sapphire, me fancy a fridge. Yantare, your bag. Near maybe as I say, what them be out. Yentmin Lemugu.
Much it was
about your eye. About your eye. And this year, your baby, a solid damn be. Them. Now, dear, will be able to alcohol side. Maybe I said, by a memenedano, and no nasu, for Sierra no be an engineer and massa. It's the end of the name and name is ISA. It will be quite a demo, no say, a bit a bebasa.
Mohan said in Sony Bemono, a bit more say Mohan in Sony Kansas, we see that one, Kansas,
Sir, we are what are now bad. The way I sit here and shall say, ye be a bear, the Baba Togo. But when you sit down and show you, we are sharing. Yes, Rabbi say, the afternoon, Mobia be our pass or Baboy Biano. Or no, I'm a boy, a panachawala. You're going to do so, panacho. Yes, then almost you, Mukakran, your whole tree.
So for residents of New Weija, this bridge that links them to the various parts of the Weija and its environs, the furthest this water has risen to is about 6 feet, but now it has gotten to the bridge level, threatening to come over the bridge. We understand that some or several residents have been locked up in their homes, and some residents say this is most likely to lead to the loss of lives. Reporting from the Weija municipality in the Greater Accra region for GhanaWeb TV, George AC.
Death is a part of life, but these grim reapers had strong minds, knots up the chest up so tight, and the unbearable pain is just not right. If life is a movie, then we're all actors and actresses acting up in this true story of life. A true story of life that needs no script. Everybody knows this, that all work and no play makes Jack a door boy. So we do our work right. We know the door boy. Sometimes we're heroes, sometimes we're villains, depending on what life faces us with. It's all lights, camera, action. But when the action comes to a stop, the heart stops beating. The respiratory system starts breathing. No more action, no more lights, not even cameras. And we know that we're supposed to be laid to rest in peace after a long day's work. You always sung talent songs of praise, and you want us to respond that with a dirge. No, how can I sing? True, the Lord calls the best to come be with him. So you adhering to the Lord's call, supplanting, you be forever in our hearts. Rest in power, Ekow Blankson.
So ordinarily, you will see a bubbly Abrantipa introducing your favorite arts and entertainment review talk show, E-Forum, on GhanaWeb TV. But the narrative is different, and that's because we've lost one of our bosses, Mr. Ekow Blankson, who was the commercial manager of Advertiser and Publisher Solutions Ghana Limited. And so we dedicate this episode of E-Forum to Mr. Ekow Blankson, who passed on the 3rd of October 2022. Welcome to E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Buabin Abrantipa. Together with Fiber and Mr. Amwa, we say welcome. I've been joined by my colleagues, and like I mentioned earlier, we're doing this in memory of Mr. Ekow Blankson, who was an integral part of this company. He was the commercial manager of AdPu. And I remember those days when we were doing shows, programs here, whenever I will MC, there are two people who will commend me, three, when I'm done. He's one of them. Ed is one of them. And it's difficult to do this, but we have to. Edward is the editorial coordinator, GhanaWeb. Romeo is a regular pundit or panelist. He's an event organizer, artist manager. Madina, social welfare assemblyman. Eric is the deputy of Mr. Ekow Blankson, deputy commercial manager at Pew. And Nana Amwa is a flutist. We just got to know that Nana Amwa was very close to Mr. Ekow Blankson. Actually, when we were doing the production, we didn't know he was the one coming to play the flute. And so, gentlemen, thanks for coming. And I'll begin with Eric. That's because Eric has had, you know, that rapport with him for the fact that he is his deputy. And Eric, what was your last moment with Mr. Blankson?
That was Friday.
Okay.
I think we departed around the office for the weekend around 6:30 to 7 p.m. He was even asking me to go home and take care of my family, and that's why I needed to do around two things. Mm-hmm. And then we had a plan for the weekend because we were supposed to go to the Emmy Africa Awards, which were invited. We had 2 tickets, and there was another event that GhanaWeb was going to be honored at the AH Hotel. So we came to a conclusion. I, myself, and Joseph were to go to the conference center for the Emmy Awards, and he was supposed to pick the award on behalf of GhanaWeb at AH Hotel together with Lion and other things. So that's how we left on Friday. I got back home from the events 3 a.m. That's Sunday, and I mean I was tired, so slept the whole day. Around 4 p.m. I got up, prepared, and got to Tema for family meeting. We finished the family meeting. I got home around 9 thereabouts, and exactly 9:21 p.m. his message. And he sent a message. I'll be checking up on me and informing me that he wasn't feeling too good after church, and he needed to rush to see the doctor. I mean, like a normal kind of thing. So he shared, photos of himself at the facility and shared videos. So I thought it was okay. Then he followed up about 10 minutes after the informing me that he is at the hospital facility. Then he gave me an instruction, that a normal kind of workflow. Because Monday, we were expecting a courtesy call from Chartered Institute of Marketing, Ghana, and then the international one. So basically, he was the one to coordinate that call on us in the office here. Then he said, Eric, kindly coordinate all these events, make sure the directors of the company, he mentioned all their names, he mentioned Rob's name, the founder, and make sure everybody is part of this. And then he made a comment, get ready, then ... 3 dots. They said we will talk about this matter another time. That's okay. I noted, but I ignored the bits of get ready. I didn't understand what it means. So I mean, then we continued. We had our normal chats, and I went to sleep. But I needed to get up very early, get to the office, and prepare for the KTC call from the CMD team. So I got to the office around 5:30 a.m. thereabouts. So the first thing I did was to notify all the stakeholders of the meeting. Then after I did that, and then they responded that indeed they were going to come for the meeting, I tried to get in touch with him to give me an update. I sent a message, 5 minutes, no response, 10 minutes, no response. Then I was like, what is happening? And because I'm very close to the family, the wife and everybody, then the first thing, which is very unusual of me, I picked the call around 6, I can't tell the exact time. And I called the wife. So when the wife picked the call, the response, the way in which she responded to me, then all of a sudden I thought something was wrong. And she says, Eric, your brother is gone. Because we don't see ourselves as co-workers. I mean, we call ourselves brother. That's how the wife refers to me. That's how he himself refers to me. If we have, issues, or the day I come to office and my mood is not good, and he asks me, so everything is fine, the next call will come from the wife.
So it was more like a family.
A family. So that's how it happened. I don't know.
Let me go to Nanamwa.
Yeah.
What story do you have to tell about you and Ekow? Where did you meet and where was the last time?
Okay, thank you. I knew Mr. Blankson way back 2000 at the School of Performing Arts when Professor Martin Owusu was asked to direct the Blinkers for a screen play for SHS as their textbook. So myself and him were supposed to travel to Cape Coast to shoot our scene. So myself, Ekow Blankson, Professor Martin Owusu and other people were at Cape Coast. And from there we had another one, that is John Mensah Saba. That one too was directed by Professor Martin Owusu. And in fact, whenever Ekow sees me, he said, Munyebein, you know, as fantas we say, Munyebein, Otsren, Masiboko. So always we speak our local dialect. So I think it was Tuesday or Monday that I heard from one of our colleague, Sadat. He saw me and he said, Nana, Ekow. I said, Ekow. Which Ekow? Blankson. I said, because I saw him when we were having Sandiaka's this thing at Performing Arts. He was there and he was introduced by one of his mates, my director, Ekow. So it's like, since then I haven't seen Ekow again till what I heard from Sadat. And in fact, I was receiving messages from my friends asking whether it was true. I said yes. So all that I would say is Ekow is a good man. Always when you see him, you want to know that you know him. So it will start with you, Charlie Otselen. That is all that I can say about him.
Ed, what memories do you have of him, apart from he being an integral part of the running of the company?
Oh, a lot. I mean, I was telling you about my first encounter with him was when he was with Accra Brewery, and and the shows he used to do on TV. He was very popular on TV then. I never even thought I would see him one day in person. And then one day I come to the office and then he's introduced as our marketing manager. It was a shocker. But you see, there are people that naturally they are just different, irrespective of the society or the standard they find themselves in. And he's achieved a lot in his life. I mean, in acting and in his personal life, in managing companies and things like that. But his presence here, it was like somebody, he was just like any of us here. He was very down to earth. One thing I liked most about him was that he was a fantastic listener. He would just get to you, ask you a question, and he's so quiet listening to you, and it marveled me a lot because a lot of people don't have that kind of trait. People are eager to speak, but he was always ready to listen, and he would look at you. From afar, when he sees you, he makes you know that he's seen you. He waves at you, he smiles, he's very nice, and he's very interested in things you say. There are a couple of times we've had conversations that personally I felt like he shouldn't be interested, but the level of interest he shows in things that are not directly affecting him, and it made it easy to talk to him. I remember, I think last week Thursday, when we were in the office, it was raining, so he passed by my desk, and I was laughing. I was teasing him. I think he came around your desk. I was teasing him that because of the rain, they are now finding different routes to enter the building, and then we laughed over it. And then on Friday, I was at the car park, and then he passed by. I think they had a meeting or something like that. He passed by, and then he said, "What's up?" I said, "Fine, cool." And he looked okay, you know. So, I mean, all of us, one way or the other, we are sick one way or the other, but he was himself, and nothing suggests that this is somebody who's not feeling well or has a medical problem. Like, he was himself. He was the Ekow that we've known from when he came, and the Ekow that we were with on the Monday. And then I think on Monday I came and I met Eric. I mean, I was on the phone, and Eric was like, "Okay, I need to come. There's something." I thought it was the usual, because you know Eric and I. So
he likes giving pressure.
So I thought it was his usual thing of unnecessary pressure, maybe some bogus issue. So I told him to wait. I dropped my bag and I came back to him around the car park, and then he said that Ekow had died. He said, I was shocked. I even had to sit on the pavement because I was shocked. I was in so much shock. I told him, "You should wait, let me sit down." Because I just didn't believe it. And I don't know, it's like every single day from the day this incident happened seems to convince me that he's actually dead. Because I'm less convinced about it today than I will be probably tomorrow. It's a very difficult thing for us, you know.
Romeo, I mean, you were at the School of Performing Arts. Did you ever encounter him?
I think one of my experiences on stage, he mentioned Madam Ekow and then Sarah Dogbaji. They gave me a script, I think, Marching for Fauza, and I was part of the cast. And I wanted a bigger role. So I was backstage, and he said, "Gentlemen, even if you have a second on stage, still the show." That was when I was about to go on stage. So I told him I was going to be one day the face of School of Performing Arts in terms of the stage. And then he finished the show and gave me a pat at the back and said, "Ah, so you are this good and you don't like coming on stage?" I said, "Okay." Then I promised him he will see more of me on stage. Then I took Sarafina. And later he asked me if I ever lived in South Africa or have any connection with South Africans. I don't know if you remember that on my stage. People were confused as whether I was Ghanaian or South African, because I lived my character. And he said, "You are the face of our industry." But here I am, I'm not acting anymore. And then when he saw me at the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, he was like, "Gentlemen, what are you doing here?" Like, in terms of, like, he doesn't see me doing acting and a whole lot. I go like, "Oh." The industry doesn't pay. If I don't hustle, I won't eat. So we laughed over it. And he said, no, I shouldn't worry. And then he said he sees more of me on GhanaWeb. And it's fine, I'm doing that. And I'm also doing well in sports. So I think we are still within the same space. But then I should make sure I go back to stage. And I think I saw a post from George Kwe. I think the inspection, or the inspector and something. Yes. They wanted to stage it after they are done with Run for Your Wife. So he was planning that he wants to go on stage. He loves the stage. You know, we call celebrities, we call people celebrities, and those names, I always tell you, those people are not celebrities, but the real celebrities are the likes of Ekow Blankson. Like those who have seen it all. They have that kind of capacity to teach you, direct you, and they know it. But when they meet you, they are down to earth and they don't show off. Those are people worth celebrating. And I think it's sad that he was supposed to MC another demised lecturer's funeral. I think a vigil. He was supposed to MC, and
I'm told it was supposed to be today.
Exactly.
It's today.
And it's unfortunate that today we are here, tomorrow we are nowhere to be found. Yes, a series of dirges will be sung, but it only causes our emotions to surge. So we take solace in the fact that, Charlie, God gives and takes. One unique thing about him I always see is that infectious smile. He gives it to you even before you take no. He has this smile like no matter what, he gives it. So Charlie, our words are not miraculous to bring him back, but it should be enough to console his loved ones, especially the wife and the children. Those are really my focus. When sort of a pillar of this nature falls, it becomes a problem. That's. I don't want to be so emotional because I'm an African man who believes it's a journey.
But you remember when with this awards issue, I think we did the awards and we're looking at the board. And so I went to their office and I was talking to Na and I said, this board thing, if Abantipa is not on the board, I'm not going to do it. And then I actually didn't see him sitting. So I was complaining to Na, and then I turned, he was there. I said, oh, boss, sorry. He said, oh, no, free your mind. And then he asked me what my problem was. I said, oh, because I think we have this and that problem, and we need to cure it this way. And so he and I, and then Na came out to sit down to discuss, okay, so what do I think we should do? And that kind of reception was something that it was always unique about him, that he would always have time to listen and know the problem. With the GhanaWeb, the Excellence Awards, I remember, I mean, some of us were involved in most of it, but the stress, you could tell his demeanor even that day, that it was everything, it meant so much to him, you know. That's why I say he's a very big part of this company.
So, there are lots of memories. So, Mr. Ekow Blankson was the commercial manager of ADPU, and one of the programs that we had or birthed under his leadership was the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards.
Indeed, at Advertiser and Publisher Solutions Ghana Limited, we've got a big portal of innovations. We release them. This is one of them. This is called the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. Why is this so special? It's because it's unprecedented. The first online business to come up with awards to reward or to recognize our role models in Ghana, and then also to show how exemplary they have been. Indeed, why is you are the ones who have done it?
Bloggers Forum, which was GhanaWeb's arts and entertainment review talk show, now eForum, had run for over 2 years, and we needed to rebrand. Mr. Ekow Blankson was one of the people who did a video to unveil the new program.
A lot has been happening on GhanaWeb TV. You have seen it all. Authentic sources, credibility, top notch. My name is Ekow Blankson. Just watch out for bigger conversations coming on GhanaWeb TV.
As a veteran actor, a revered one for that matter, Mr. Ekow Blankson was on The Lowdown, which is one of GhanaWeb TV's programs, to talk about the missing link in Ghana's dying movie industry.
I wouldn't say that it collapsed. I think it was an issue with focus and also funds. So I would say that the Kumawood guys had the liberty to do things on a low budget and still told out there. You know, it was difficult to do that with some of the English ones because then you needed to look at some different kinds of location and stuff like that. We'll come to that. And those are the challenges that the English people had. I mean, if you go to Nigeria right now, there's some big guy there. Look, I have a house that I'm not using. Come use it. He will feed you on top and give you money. You know why? Because he understands the business. He understands that this will help their culture. Is this Nigeria? Is this a house in Nigeria? You know, all these things really worked. I don't think that we're getting that.
A very fine actor he was. He starred in a number of movies and did a lot of theater productions. Guess what? Mr. Ekow Blankson paid a glowing tribute to Professor Martin Ochirewusu of the School of Performing Arts, University of Ghana, when the People and Places team went to him and wanted to eulogize the lecturer.
My biological father virtually handed me over to Professor Martin Owusu. Said to him that this boy is going to become what you were not. Professor Martin Owusu was one of the reasons why I wanted to go to the School of Performing Arts. And I'm telling him today, probably he doesn't know. If he'll be watching, he is one of the reasons. I used to watch him, I used to love him, and I said to myself that
a number of videos to show, but we wrap up with this very video, very touching. Now, there was a program that Mr. Ekow Blankson was supposed to host, Business Moments. It's the program that never aired. He shot an intro for the program, but did not leave to see the program.
all right, okay, this is the Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. We're heading out there to Osu Nyaneba Estates. We're going to meet somebody who can give us Bobby Tadi and Akpalen or something like that. Okay, I'll tell you all about it.
And we invite you to come write what you have in memory of him at our office in Jowlu. On Friday from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. we will hold a vigil in memory of Mr. Ekow Blankson. But that is strictly by invitation. For our viewers and our readers, we'll do a live stream on our website, www.ghanaweb.com, on our YouTube page, GhanaWeb TV, on our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb. I've been on the show with Ed. Ed is the editorial coordinator, GhanaWeb. Romeo McDonald Nane Asari is an event organizer, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. Eric is the deputy commercial manager of ADPU, Mr. Ekow Blankson's deputy. And then Nanamwa, a former colleague of Mr. Ekow Blankson, a flutist. Earlier he was joined on the show by Fiber, who did a lovely poem co-written by Joel King Speaks. Thank you for watching this episode of eForum dedicated to Mr. Ekow Blankson, who was the commercial manager of ADPU. but we are not done yet with the show. I'll be back with another package.
Fatima.
So what are you doing?
I'm taking a picture of all of us, a video of all of us. Hello, boss.
Hi.
Welcome back. You're still watching eForum on GhanaWeb TV. Now, do you like Koshoko? I'm not talking about the disease, but the song. We have the man in the studio, the man behind the song Koshoko, the man behind the song 3 Points, Telemo, and there's another one, Afro. It sounds Afro Bisano. Tempo near 100. I've forgotten. I used to play it when I was at university. I'm sure I'll remember. Yeah. Mila, thanks for joining us in the studio.
Thanks for having me.
Charlie, how has it been? It's really been a long time. I don't know the last time I saw you.
Charlie Kipo. I think Children's Park.
Children's Park.
Yeah.
When you were organizing the
Fest.
Yeah. This was somewhere in 2016, 2015. Yeah. Around that time I was with Pauls. Yeah. That's been long.
I know.
So all this while, what have you been doing?
Charlie, bro, plenty things. Yeah. Apart from taking a break off the hit singles to produce body of work that is making sure that I have albums to my credit. I also do something called Fali Fali.
Okay.
You know, I started Fali Fali, the Fali Fali project from 2015, and it's geared towards making sure that the coastal lines of Accra looks really clean. Okay. You know, I'm a Ghana boy, so I'm like, Charlie, before I go anywhere else, make I do my community first. So every year, during our walk, we come to the community and then we teach kids and then go to the coastlines and clean it. We've done that for a while and then we decided to bring it into the community. So Charlie, I've been around. They were cool, but didn't
it be so. Makai Nyomuno, Joe. That was a very nice song.
Thank you.
So you are coming up with Abelefest.
Yes, please.
What's Abelefest?
Okay, so Abele to the Ghanaians means end of hunger.
Okay.
You know, but initially the concept of the event wasn't supposed to even be that. You know, I meet people that really love my music, but they are sort of in the dark. They don't have an event where they come to appreciate me and I also get to appreciate them. So I wanted to have an event where I can bring my fans out of the dark to come and celebrate and have an amazing time, and then I can also connect with them and say thank you for supporting me over the years. But then I also thought that it should be something that would outlive me, so that if today, God rest my soul, I'm not around, that event could also bless other people. So then I thought of it like, okay, why don't I use the Abele, which symbolizes end of hunger, to my people? That is why we decided to have that event at the Alliance Française coming 8th of October. It starts very early in the morning, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. would just be a food fest and a fanfare. You know, because we use Abele for a lot of things, like Banku and Kinke and Ingbeda and Tinshinu and stuff. And quickly, we are going to cook quickly live at the Alliance Française. You know that our traditional food, that is quickly. You know, whenever we are cooking or when it's time for Homework, we use corn or maize to cook it. So this time we're going to do it live at the Alliance Française at 6 a.m. By 12, it should be ready so that we dish it out and sit down like a family and have a meal. Then the performances will start from 6 to 12 midnight.
All of these, the costs coming from you? You are footing the bill?
Yes and no. Yes, because quickly there you can't sell it.
Okay.
You know, like I said, it stands for end of hunger. So it's more like a meal for people that have helped and projected my brand over the years to have like a sit down with me so that we connect and interact some more. So quickly is going to be free of charge. We can't even sell it. So we just have like an amazing meal together. But if you want to eat banku and okra stew and stuff to your satisfaction, you know, there will be vendors who are selling food made out of corn at the venue as well, so you can enjoy that.
Okay, right. So how do we get there? Do we need to pay, or it's also free?
No, it's not
There's
free.
a concert, right?
Yeah,
in the evening.
it's 100 cedis to pay.
Okay.
It's not free. I do a lot of free stuff. Somebody was asking why don't I mean, since it's Abele and you know it's very traditional and cultural to the Ghana people, why don't I do it in Choco, Manprobi? I'm like, Charlie, every year I did a community inside, they serve the community for free. So this is an event, you know, to actually see who is investing into the brand Gasmilla, or who is in the dark I need to say thank you to, so that I can actually connect with those people some more. So yeah, it's just a cool 100G.
Okay.
Well,
are we seeing only Gasmilla on stage, or we see other Ghana musicians, or there is a mixture?
So for this year, we just want to do it like Ghana artists, or artists that have like a similar sound to what I have.
Sing in Ghana.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's not just me. We have Adani Best coming through. We have Sina Soul coming through. We have Luther coming through. Papillon Blood, Long Life, Apache, you know, and Marion Somario, who's also like a trap, alternative trap artist.
Okay, right. So on 8th of October 2022, 7 o'clock. But you said it begins at 6.
Media go there by 5-7.
Okay, so
because I for make sure see the show, you
know, things they go on well. I see, right. So Gasmilla will be at the Alliance Française with his friends as they stage the Abelefest. How has the organization been actually getting sponsors and all of that? Because last time Lexi was on the show, he spoke about sponsorship and he said it's difficult getting sponsors. Was that the case for you?
Yeah, it is. But shout outs to Pomacedo, Hunger Ghana. You know, Hunger is on it to make sure that the food, you know, that people there or Abenquine there, you know, you need some spices to enhance it. So yeah, definitely Hunger is supporting us. And Voltic also heard what we are doing. They were like, oh, they want to also support, because after you eat, if you drink water.
Let me come to Ed. Ed is, I know he likes Sinaso.
Yeah.
But I won't tell Kiddy.
Yeah, punches.
Ed, what do you make of the Abelefest that Gasmilla is staging, and all the activities that are lined up for the occasion?
Well, I think it's a brilliant idea. I think it's long overdue, because if you look at what himself he's been able to do in the industry for a while, I think he should have had this long ago, but as they say, it's better late than never. I think that they have served up with some very, very good music and dance moves, and even food and the community. Those of us who've lived in Accra, we can never live in Accra without saying thank you to the Ghana community for what they've done for us. And with their artists, they've always given us that extra energy, and which all of us at some point will need. We need to be able to move. So it is something that I fully respect him for. When I met him here, I was just wondering whether to go and behave like a fan, behave like a boss. But he's one big, very, very big artist. I personally call him the king of Accra, because there are times where, I mean, I've seen a lot of artists come from the Ghana community, but none of them has been able to project the community in its cultural sense he has been able to do. Yes, we've had artists, yes, I mean, you can't mention the name, but he's done it perfectly, to a point that when you watch any product from him, it reflects the society he's coming from. And I think that is a very brilliant way to do it. I mean, you've watched this Abo That Way, you've watched most of the videos, you've seen, if you've lived there before, you've been close to them, when you watch his video and you listen to his songs, there's not a difference. You see the society in him, and him reflecting the society. So I think he's a good ambassador for them, and then for also Accra in its entirety. And we expect that companies would hold this and then try and also push him and push what he's been doing. My question is, in trying to find out, I think 2-3 weeks ago there was a discussion about him in another conversation, and I asked the question, what is something new he's done?
Okay.
And I guess maybe this is an opportunity to know whether we should be expecting something new, because his brand of music is very electric, and it helps all of us to be able to cool down and catch some vibes and even learn something about ourselves we don't know yet.
Mela, any new thing that you've done?
Yes. Thank you for the question, by the way. Ed, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So on the 7th, that's the day before the event, I'm dropping a new single called Odonyum. You know, for the Love Nation. Some of us, they will believe in love. You
see the irony. The person who asked you the question.
He said, man, we love her. So yeah, Odonyum is dropping on the 7th. I want you to, I wish I could even play something small for you to listen, but yeah, it's dropping on the 7th. And I have also a project coming next year, but for now, Odonyum is the song that will be dropping on the 7th, and then on the 12th, that's the next week, we drop the video as well. So and you said something new before. If somebody is watching and they've wondered what I've been up to, like I said, body of work. Even last year, I dropped a project called 15th. 15th has 5 songs on it because one, I was born on the 15th of December, and I believe on that day a star was born onto this earth. So I have 5 songs on there which symbolizes the edges of a star. You know, so I mean, you can check that out. If from now on, if you can't wait till Friday, but you can check those tracks out, which are like very, very, very new styles and vibes from me. And then on the 7th we drop Odonyum before the event happens.
I'll come back to you for a line or two on Odonyum, but let me take Romeo's commentary and then we'll move. Abelefest.
Abele. If you go to Ashanti region, Abele is simply ice cream.
Yeah.
But when you come to the coastal area, in terms of the Ghana community,
project for me small.
When you come to the coastal community within the Ghana setup, Abele ni obatima, like obeti benko. I think Miller has been doing good. He's been selling the Ghana community so well. You know, people like Tiny and himself. There's another artist. I think when you talk of real ambassadors or the anchors of the Ghana tradition, the Ghana language, I think they need to be awarded because it's been easy for so many people to do their trapping or rapping in Ghana or English, but you know, if you listen to their lyrics, it takes you deeper, and then you try to it drives you into more research, and then you go like you see a whole a style of living of people in his song. You go to Choco, you see how he performs, and then his videos, and then you see that, oh, this is a whole community living in Miller's song. So I think it's been long overdue, and like he said, he's been doing free shows, and bills are to be paid, and he also would have to augment his art, and it comes with money. So if the fans out there, they truly love him, this is the point to show you. 100 cedi, I think, is the cheapest of most of the events I've heard of. Yes, and I think he needs to own it, just like Sack has his, Stoneboy has his, and then it becomes, you shouldn't just limit it. You should also get, Alliance Francaise is okay because of the cultural diversity, a lot of foreigners present. So I think his target is good, but he has to own it and then own an army to push the Miller job, because he's been doing this, and the energetic songs, the performances, and I don't know how he comes about with his terms. I was having a chat with him before we sat on set. 5 years ago, he was about to release a song, and we met on set. And
today release
another song. So it's sort of he's doing fine. I like the art, especially people who don't relent, people who try to push where others would not want to venture. And he's been unique, and that's the kind of uniqueness we need to be celebrating. And the media should do what to project such songs, because if people doing French songs, people doing Swahili songs are winning Grammys, we can also win with Ghana. Let's not limit it to some selected few, but music is a language on its own.
Right.
So when we have that kind of mindset about it, Miller is a legend in the making. Until he drops his mic.
Okay,
he's still a legend.
On the 7th, Miller is releasing Odonyum. On the 8th, he has Abelefest at the Alliance Francaise. Starts from 6 a.m. to the evening, night, till Mama calls you, where we have the concert. So if it's food you want, if it's music that you want, let's meet at Alliance Francaise. But before we go, Miller will give us a line or two of the Odonyum, and then we'll wrap up.
Okay. Akembe su, akembe jimba. Akembe su, akembe jimba. Shuko kemino. Until the bones are rotting. Until the bones are rotting, 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 rotting. Mamie. Tuodo nyu mamie. Aode. Tuodo nyu mamie. Tuodo nyu mamie. Aode. Baby girl, you benkemi. Telling me what you want. Sending my finger, no. Mawulo, moto, you are done. What for me? You won't banny my shred. You benkemi, baby, you killing me soft. You are no similar man, Don King Kong. You are the only one for me now. But like I mean, so more.
Right, so that's a freestyle of the Odonyum that Gasmilla is about to release. Now, we'll meet at Alliance Francaise. But even if for those who are outside Accra that you can't make it, don't worry. Our cameras will be there and we'll capture everything. And so we'll let you know what actually went down, exactly what we do on Vogue. And tell you what, there was a launch of the Rhythm on the Runway, KOD's event. It's a fashion show. It went down and we had our cameras there. Doreen is coming your way with what actually went there. She has packaged everything in Vogue.
Thank you, Abrantipa. Today I am at the Rhythms on the Runway. It has been an interesting show. They are marking their 10 years anniversary and it's been full of fun, so much excitement, and you have no idea the number of people we've had on the show today. We've had known faces like KKD, we've had Cheddar, Pasture, we've had Rocky Dawuni, and so many other people. As we're going to talk to them, you are going to see the fashion, the style, and all their amazing things they are going to say about themselves, the show, and what to expect. Rhythms on the Runway, you already know, and I'm here with the man himself. How are you feeling?
So it's been 12 years of Rhythms on the Runway, but then 12 years of the event. We had to go off for like 2 years because of the struggle to get sponsorship, not COVID, struggle for sponsorship and all. Yeah, but we're back and it's our 10th edition. We're excited. The BBC describes Rhythms on the Runway as the biggest cultural expose in Africa. So why do we kill it? We have to take it to the next level. And it's one event that's not just about fashion and music from Ghana, but the African continent and the African diaspora. So it goes beyond this country. And that's a dream of the great Sergeant Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, so we're living it.
Have you been to any of the Rhythm on the Runway shows?
Oh yes, too many. I've been to most, I've been part of most of them, yeah.
And did you ever model?
Did I? Yeah, I think once. I did once for Jerry. That year Jerry was on. I did model for them. Did I model? I walked on the runway, I would say. So yeah, but I was part of one of them. Yeah.
Well, delving away from Rhythms on the Runway, how is gospel music going?
It's going great. God is doing amazing things. Lives are being blessed, transformed, souls are being saved. Why not? It's working.
We are here with the CEO, the boss himself, Dion/Gavin. He's been part of the progress of Rhythms on the Runway. He's going to share his experience. Slash, how have you been doing?
I've been good, you know. I mean, working here and there, trying to make some moolah, you know.
What is modeling like in Ghana? Do you see modeling expanding further?
Well, I would say, I mean, the modeling industry so far has been, I mean, it's growing. I wouldn't say we've gotten there yet. It's growing, and if you are with the right management, you're obviously gonna hit the right track, you know. So basically, I would say it hasn't been easy for for others. I mean, this year, for instance, I've seen about 4 Ghanaian models on the international scenes doing one of the big shows out there. So I would say that for growth, we've really grown in terms of how far we've come, and I believe there's more growth for us. There's more space for people in the industry to grow. All we need to do is to focus and be professional with whatever we're dealing with. You understand? That's the most important thing. The pay isn't good, but modeling in Ghana, I believe, will grow with the right policies and people in place. That's what I believe in.
Our beautiful princess just got here. Our only one actress, Juliet Ibrahim. How are you feeling?
Pretty good.
Have you been on the fashion show before, like model?
No, I don't think I have. I've always been away when he's ready for it. But hopefully this time around I will be. Yeah, hopefully.
Well, going away from Rhythms on the Runway, how is acting going?
Not bad, pretty well.
But Ghanaians are saying the movie industry is dead. What do you say? What take you have on that?
God forbid. Our movie industry cannot be dead, no. You know, unfortunately, COVID came along and affected a lot of things. The cinemas were closed for like 2 years, but like we've opened up again, so there are a lot of like movies that are coming out. People are working again. We're back on set filming, and yeah, I just completed a good movie that is Ghanaian, American, and South African right here in Accra. So yeah, a lot of good things are coming up from us. Yeah.
Since we're talking movie, what is the Ghanaian movie industry doing these days that you think they should work hard on?
The Ghanaian movie industry is actually like rebranding. I see that a lot, and right now there's a lot of competition, so we are all trying to work together, and that's one major thing. The more we have unity, the more we have one vision, we'll be able to take our industry further and beyond.
We've known you to support your fellow Black colleagues in the industry. What is it that you were looking forward to this year on the Rhythms on the Runway that's so different from other years?
Well, for me, the thing is that we're in a golden year of fashion and arts and music. So it's all a matter of, you know, trying to impress on, you know, our generation of designers, clothing designers, musicians, and then artists, that we all have to work together, you know, because it's all interrelated. Musicians, we need the designers need the musicians, the artists need to be the ones that are observing all of it and representing it, and together we represent the culture, you know, modern culture, old culture, future culture. So for me, these kind of gatherings are incredible because they serve as a catalyst of inspiration for all of us creatives.
And so let us give a final round of applause to say well done, KOD. Oh, let's clap for him. Let's compete with the various programs like the London Fashion Show, Indian Fashion Show, and all the very big ones across the world. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, Rhythms on the Runway is officially launched. Let us all give him 3 cheers. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So much excitement went down at the Rhythms on the Runway show. We spoke to a couple of public figures, public people, and they had so much to say. As you can see, this program has ended, but there's a lot of people still around talking and chit-chatting. Others are moving to an after party. And what have you got to say? My name is Doreen Abanama Abaya, and I reported live here at the Rhythms on the Runway Launch 2022.
Thanks, Doreen, for the report from the launch of Rhythms on the Runway. Now, the 2022 edition, I'm sure you're going to love it. And trust GhanaWeb to bring you all the updates that you need from every event that will be organized here in Ghana, especially in the capital. And that's how we wrap up on this edition of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. I was on the show with Edward, Eric, Nana Moa, and then Romeo McDonald Naneo Asari. Thank you to Fiber. Thank you to Jewel Speaks for that wonderful poem. And of course, Gasmilla was also on the show. Thank you for watching. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
The AFCFTA is not just on paper, and that it is indeed a reality. And we are moving from talk, from negotiations to action. Secondly, it also symbolizes that governments of Africa who have been involved in the negotiations are now giving way to the private sector to make it a reality in terms of implementation. Thirdly, it also symbolizes that institutions in Africa that support trade are up to the task. Because without those institutions, the agreement does not mean much. For you to trade, the national institutions must work. As you've been told, a number of countries were selected to be involved in this AFCFTA guided trading. 7 countries out of 44 countries that have ratified trading should not satisfy us. It should be possible for at least all the state parties, if not all the member states that have signed, also to be involved in the trading. But I think the value that this brings is the fact that the AFCFTA Secretariat is facilitating this commercially meaningful trading. I think it's very important. In Africa, when you start something, it inspires other people to follow. So I'm sure that even though it's only 7 countries that are involved in this, the rest of Africa will follow suit very soon. Now, going forward, we have to make sure that 2 things occur. One is that all of us at our national level should have the institutional structures and the program of action to support our entrepreneurs to be able to produce and trade. Without these national programs of action, as the Americans will say, it ain't gonna happen. So that's the first advice to all of us. Secondly, we must ensure that we have the logistic support to be able to move the goods from one country to the other. This was one of the major concerns of our heads of state.
Ghana, Nigeria, Which one do you prefer?
Every time this question comes to me, if I give this answer, people will shout. If I give this answer, people will shout. You know what? Remember that your mother food, the one your mom gave you, from me fancy, is always the best.
Good to have you back. Today on People and Places, we want to do something a little different. We're going to learn about a Nigerian community in Ghana. We are exploring the story, history and culture of the Igbo community here in Ghana. And to help us do this, we have a distinguished guest whom we'll meet right after this break. My name is Wanda Mihigan. I'll see you after the break. Welcome aboard. Welcome back from the break. Thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. We are inside the royal palace of the Nigerian king of the Igbo community in Ghana, His Royal Majesty Eze Dr. Chukwudi Iheneku Igwe.
Thank you.
And welcome to the show once again. You've spent 10 years on the throne as diasporan king. How has the journey been for you so far?
First of all, I give God Almighty glory and praise, who made it possible for me to occupy the throne, where we have thousands and millions of Igbos in diaspora over here. But God chooses me to be here by the confirmation of mankind. I thank God Almighty. 10 years of journey is not an easy thing. This is 10 years of great experience. 10 years of few enemies around, 10 years of struggling to make sure the throne stands, 10 years of solving people's problems here and there, 10 years of listening to so many stories, whether it's genuine or not, 10 years of also not having time for my children and my wife, 10 years of traveling all around Ghana, bringing Igbo people together and introducing them to the authority of the land. 10 years of also meeting Ghanaian kings and queen mothers all over Ghana, introducing Igbo people and Igbo culture to them. 10 years of also fighting the best we can to let our people know the laws of Ghana, what that is prohibited for them not to do and what is good for foreigners to do in Ghana. 10 years of great experience.
We thank God for that. So we want to just boil down to who the Igbo people are. We want to understand the word Igbo. What does it mean?
As long as I'm concerned, the word Igbo, we have never have a proper explanation, the word Igbo. All I know is we are the tribe of the Igbos.
Okay.
But we the Igbos traced our origin from Israel. Okay? So some people will tell you that the name Igbo is also in existence in Israel. Some will tell you this is the name we have come to inherit. So when you say the Igbo, all we know that the Igbos are the people from the east part of Nigeria. And the Igbos are the hardworking people. The Igbos are those that are into entrepreneurship. The Igbos are those into commerce businesses. The Igbos are those that are into, those that work so hard to make life better. Igbos are those that make every environment conducive for them and those that they live around. Igbos are those people that share communion with their people. Igbos are those that want to make sure that if you are around them, if they are progressing, you must progress along with them. Igbos are those people that never allow either you, their brother, or a friend, or their well-wishers to suffer, but rather they want to carry you along. So the name Igbo, to me, is a name that has a lot of total package that people all over the world, when you associate with any Igbo man, you will never regret associating with them. So the name Igbo has a lot of meanings in it.
You mentioned brotherliness and togetherness. That's something I've come to know the Igbo people for. How many states does the Igbo tribe or ethnic group have?
Okay, we have 5 Igbo core states.
Okay.
Then we have Igbo-speaking communities in Delta State and in River State. So, but we have 100% 5 Igbo core states that speaks only Igbo. But we have 2 other states that has Igbo-speaking communities within there.
Okay, so what are these 5 states?
Yeah, we have Abia State, Anambra State, Ebonyi State, Enugu State, Imo State.
Right. Eze, can you tell us how the Igbo people came to Ghana?
Okay. I don't think somebody have 100% history how the Igbos came to Ghana. But migration comes in so many forms. One might be traveling because of business. One might travel because of famine. One might travel because he wants to travel. It comes in so many ways. So I cannot say the first Igbo man that came to Ghana was in so year. No. But all we know is Igbos came to Ghana at early time of in the existence of Africa. So I cannot say the very first time an Igbo man come to Ghana, but Igbos that live in Ghana. One thing about the Igbos, if an Igbo man move from here to Kumasi, in the next 2-3 months, he would like to bring his brother to Kumasi. In the next 4 months, he would like to bring his brother. Maybe coming to Kumasi, he will say, you know what? Don't get to Kumasi, stop in Ejesu. Stay here. And let's also expand our business in Ejesu. Some would say, okay, now we have been able to cover Ejesu. Before you know what's going on, 2-3 people in Ejesu. From there, you see other people in Suhum. That's how Igbos move. But I cannot say this exactly when they come to Ghana. But all I know is the movement of every Igbo man attracts his or her brother to move along with them, because, like I said, we're people that will share, dividends. Dividends, I mean, is when an Igbo man see a good way to make it in life, he will bring his brother along the line.
And the kingship, leadership of the Igbo community in Ghana, how does the system work?
In the total Igbo community, we call Igbo community Ohanes and Igbo, we have a president that is in charge, whom his name is President Chief Uche Anyog.
Okay.
Now, he is the president of all the Igbos in Ghana. Now, we now have state meetings that have their various chairmen that rule them. Now, traditionally, I am their king, to the glory of God. In Ghana, the way they call Nana, Nene, Ni, that represent king in English. Eze, Igwe, means a king. So I am their king that see to all the Igbos that live in Ghana.
Right.
Then I also have other sub-kings in charge of various local governments and the regions. So our leadership here is structured like that. So the chairman and the president of the Igbo community is by political by election of our people. So there will be election that will bring you into the office for 3 years. After that, you can contest again, or someone else will contest, become the chairman. But the kingship is not by election. It's by the love of the people and who can get it done.
And you've mentioned the hierarchy and leadership style of the Igbos in Ghana. I also know that you have honorary chiefs. And for example, you conferred one of those titles on one of our very own gospel musicians, Empress Gifty, recently. What went into that, and what does that symbolize?
Okay, you know, a king is a father to all, and every king has every right to honor anybody he want to honor by giving him or her a chieftaincy title. It's for honor, a chieftaincy title. Now, there must be a purpose why the king is giving such honor to the person. 1, 2, somebody can also come on his own and say, my king, I think I have gotten to the level in life I want to add a chief to my name. I want to take crown from you as a chief. Now, the chieftaincy committee of the throne will look at it and interview the person that came by himself. He want to take a chieftaincy to know if he's somebody of a good character. If he is, investigations will be, conduct behind him and also in front of him. If he is, then the chieftaincy department will give approval to the king and say, this man merited or this woman merited for the chieftaincy. You can crown him. Now, the one the king by himself can tell somebody, I want to give you a chieftaincy. There must be a purpose. Maybe the purpose is you a man or you a woman that you are giving to the society. You are supporting the society. You are supporting the less privileged. Or you a man or woman that your voice has gone very far to the world. Either the voice that you are a singer, like Empress Gifty, that I crowned. She is a gospel musician in Ghana. Her music has gone very far in the world, and the people in Ghana love her music. Her music has also become a blessing to many. So such person, you need to honor her so you can encourage her more. If you look at the honor we gave to her last week Sunday, that has also encouraged her more, and that has also spread things about her more, and the world also want to know her more. So now Jim Ike was also crowned here, and Empress Gifty, we gave her Ugomandi. Ugoma meaning the beautiful eagle. An eagle is not just a bird you can just see like that, and it's a precious bird. So we gave her Ugoma. Jim Ike, we gave him Ohamadike Ndi. Ohamadike is a great man that is known for some certain purposes. He's a very good actor, but the whole world knows Jim Ike. So we gave him that name to honor him. We did not ask them to give us $1, 1 naira. It is the kingship that I confer on people and say, I want to give you a chieftaincy title. I don't ask you to give me money. It's an honor from my heart, honor from the throne. Give you a chieftaincy title. So we gave her the chieftaincy title to honor her and to add more to her CV and add more strength to her to work more hard. And when you confer chieftaincy to people, it makes them to be cautious of their life. Now, so I'm not just who I am before, but now, and a bigger honor has added to me. And that will also help for the promotion of the good work of the throne. For if the throne can honor a great woman, a great man like this, it means the throne is worthy to be associated with.
There's more we want to learn about your people, especially the traditions of your people. But we want to first take a break, and we'll return to focus more on the traditions, peculiar, unique traditions of the Igbo people. We'll learn more from Ezra, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Etiwa Rainforest Reserve is the largest forest in Ghana, covering a total of 260 square kilometers of Etiwa. The forest is not only rich in life but also in minerals. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
Many thanks for staying with us. Thank you, Enam, for the tips and facts about Ghana. We are still in the Royal Palace of His Royal Majesty, the King of Igbo community in Ghana. And just before the break, I told you we were going to delve more into the conversation. Now we are going to focus on the traditions of the Igbo people in Ghana. Usually the kings or leaders walk with a staff in your hands. Okay.
Different staffs. So we call it authority. Ofo. Yes, Ofo is authority. Yes, Ofo is authority. But you know, in the modern world, we have to have different designs of all these things. Okay. You know. Then we have also the elephant talks.
Okay.
And so forth. Okay. So you can also decide to have the long, like this long staff.
Okay.
You can decide to. It depends on how you want to costume yourself.
Right.
But the staff you see we're holding in the hand is authority. Yes.
Usually when you see kings, like it was exhibited at the recent Yam Festival, they greet with the staff 3 times. What does that mean?
You know, in our Igbo, only the title holders that greet in that way 3 times.
Okay.
When you greet, we have 4 market days. Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo. These are 4 market days that Igbos use to count their weeks.
Okay.
We don't count our weeks like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We count by the markets. Remember that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, these things are by the counting of the English people. But before the Westerners come to Africa, we already existed. Africa is existing. So we count our days by the 4 market days. So when they say that 3 is Eke, Orie, Afo, Nkwo.
Okay.
So the 3 market days that they count. Some also counted by their title. Some counted by their symbols. So, but now the world has changed. The global village has changed a lot of things. So now whether you're a title holder, you're not a title holder, you see people doing that. But normally, you cannot do that if you are not a title holder.
I also would like to understand, I mean, during the festival, I noticed some people were wearing war smokes with a lot of symbols on it. That's something that's similar to the war smokes that people wear in Ghana, especially in the northern part of Ghana.
You see, when the warriors, in olden days, the warriors are known to be the native doctors or people that native doctors prepared them to go for war. All those symbols become the symbol of their juju, their gods. Because when a native doctor prepare you to go to war, either he puts medicine in your body that prevents guns not to get into you, or he put medicine on your body that will dictate where the enemies are, or medicine in your body that will give you strength, or medicine in your body that will give you the power for you to be able to shoot and target, or give you medicine that no matter, even if the gun get to you, you're not gonna die. So those symbols are different medicines they put on their body in olden days. Now, because the world has become a global village, like I keep saying, people are now using those things as a fashion.
Okay.
But those days is not a fashion.
Okay.
When you see them, like when you see Ezemo come out, Ezemo is the leader of the gods. When Ezemo come out, you can see his body is fortified. Like also the warriors here in Ghana, you see it's fortified. So those things is not just normal. Those things is 100% African powers. But now people design it, and it's normal costume. Yes.
Okay. Your festival. I know about the Yam Festival.
Yeah, we'll celebrate Yam Festival. Okay, let me just say this way. Everybody in Igbo land celebrate Yam Festival. This is what we acquired from our forefathers. It's heritage. In the same Igbo land, people celebrate different things. Some people celebrate rice.
Okay.
Some people celebrate their palm wine. It depends. Now, some people celebrate wrestling, mba. We call it mba.
Okay.
So, even next year, 2023, I want to introduce the wrestling during my Yam Festival. Yes, we call it mba. So there are so many things that we celebrate in Igbo land, but the major celebration of every Igbo man is Yam Festival.
What's the history behind the Yam Festival? A brief history.
Okay, the history is a Thanksgiving. It's a Thanksgiving. It's a time of harvest that we are thanking God for giving us life to go to the farm, plant our crops, and He has given us life to harvest all the crops that we've planted. So we are thanking God for that opportunity, and now asking God to give us the opportunity, the grace, the resources, the money, the strength, the manpower, the manure, the fertile land for we to plant our crops again for next season. It's all about Thanksgiving. Then among all the crops, the one that our forefathers celebrate a lot is the yam.
Okay.
So it's all about Thanksgiving. When we say Yam Festival, it's all about Thanksgiving, like a harvest. Thanking God for giving us the opportunity, and now we are alive and we are harvesting. Also ask God to receive the souls of those that died along the process in peace, and give us life to plant and harvest in the next season.
As I understand, the Igbo people are very cultural people. What kind of music do you enjoy? What kind of dance do the Igbo people dance? Can you take us through a little bit of your culture?
Okay. We have different Igbo music. We have a music we call Igbo-Ghana. Igbo-Ghana is kind of a royal dance. They beat the drum very slowly. We have Oja, the flute. You see my boy that blew the flute. We have Oja. We have high life music.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Like the way I have Ghana
high life music.
We have high life music. We have different music in different areas. We have what we call Ibunango. Like in my village, we dance Ibunango. Okay? So it's a seasonal festival dance, seasonal cultural dance that will display every two years. There are some communities that display their own every year. We call it Kurosha. Some dance Mangu. You see the masquerade you saw there? Mangu. Some dance Keleke, some dance Owo, some dance Okonko, some dance Ikripo Hafia. There are so many different cultural dance. Okay. I mean, cultural dancers display, you know, within the Igbo land.
Okay.
There's no particular one.
And naming. This is also something I've observed. There's a lot of Chukwu in Igbo names. And I understand Chukwu is God in the Igbo language. Is there any particular reason why you have a lot of Chukwu in your names?
Okay. Igbos, we have too much faith in the Lord, God Almighty. So almost everybody attaches God to their children's name. And the other way around, Igbos also name their children according to the event of that time, or the circumstances at the pregnant time of their wife, or the harvest time, or the hard time, or the good time. You understand? So the Igbos look at the names like that, but they always attach God, because we love God a lot. Like my name, Chukwudi. Chukwudebere, that's the complete name, Chukwudebere. God is merciful.
Okay.
Some answer Chukwudindo, God is alive. God, people answer Chukwuemeze, God has done it. People answer Chinemerem, God is doing it for me. Some people answer Chibundum, God is my life. It's so many people answer Chukwuemeka, God has done it. People answer Chioma, God is good. People answer Oge Chikama, like my first daughter is Oge Chikama, God's time is the best. My first daughter was in her mom's stomach for 22 months. So immediately we gave birth to her, I called her Oge Chikama. God's time is the best.
Wow.
You see, so based on the circumstances of her birth, I gave her that name, Oge Chikama. God's time is the best. Because we will try the best we can. Doctors, nurses, churches, and all that. God says no. When the time comes, the baby come alive. No cesarean, nothing. So God's time is the best. Oge Chikama.
That's amazing. Marriage. Do Igbos encourage intermarriage? I mean, do they marry from other ethnic tribes? Do they marry from other countries? Or they really like to marry from within themselves?
With the history we know about the Igbos, centuries ago, Igbos always want to marry their fellow Igbos.
Okay.
Even the Bible said it's marry in your own tribe.
Okay.
So our forefathers maintained that. But as we are growing up, things are changing. People travel from one point to another. People travel from one country to another. You find love anywhere you are. So if you find love anywhere you are, you have to break some certain protocols and carry on your life that way. So now, Igbos are encouraging intermarriage from different tribes and different countries.
Let's talk about food. Yam is
you know, my wife is a Ghanaian.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's very interesting.
My wife is a Ghanaian. My wife is from Anomabo.
That's really nice.
And the mother is from Birowa.
Wow.
So we've married for 24 years now.
Wow.
So
you met her in Ghana?
I met her in Ghana.
Beautiful.
So I married a Ghanaian. And many of us married to Ghanaians also.
Beautiful.
So these are also to let the people of the world know that it's not compulsory you must marry from your tribe. The world is the same. But the most important thing is the both of you love yourselves and maintain your family levels and family respect.
Oh, great. So food, the food of Igbos is, aside yam, which I hear is one of your staples.
Apart from yam, we have cocoa yam, we have cassava, we have okwa, we have oba, we have ona.
Okay.
We have different things in it. If you come to other things, we also have what we call okpo. Okpo, they use it to prepare soup.
Okay.
We have egusi, we have obono, we have achi, we have ofo, we have ugiri, we have oha, we have ogo, we have ntorogba. These are things that we eat. A lot of them. We have mbobofe. We have potase. We have ozoza. We have nchongu. Ghanaians call it scent leaf.
Okay.
Yes. We have also bitter leaf.
And which Ghanaian food have you enjoyed in all your 27 years of living in Ghana?
You know one good thing here. My wife is a caterer.
Wow.
So she cooks all kind of food.
A lot of local.
All her food is nice. My beautiful wife, Queen Liberty. Her food is beautiful. All kind of food she cooks. So you can't even say this one is better than this one. All her foods are good. Abangwa is good. Okoto red is good. Fantikenke is good. Kakra soup. What is it? Krankra soup.
In
Krankra soup is always good.
You've tried a lot of Ghanaian.
Oh yes.
I can imagine.
A lot.
I can imagine. But yours is an interesting combination. Nigerian, specifically Igbo, and a beautiful Ghanaian wife. That means a lot of Nigerian food and a lot of Ghanaian food.
Yes.
That brings me to the question of the jollof wars. Ghana, Nigeria, jollof. Which one do you prefer?
This is difficult question. Every time this question comes to me, if I give this answer, people will shout. If I give this answer, people will shout. You know what? Remember that your mother food, the one your mom gave you from me fancy, is always the best. No matter how beautiful your wife will cook, your mom food is always the best for you. So I said my mom cooked jollof rice better than anybody in the world.
Okay.
As long as she's alive. But if I go home now, I'm gonna eat her food. And my wife is aware. If we travel to village, I eat always from my mom's kitchen. But my wife will cook better, powerful soup, powerful food. But that one my mom cooked is the best for me. So as long as my mom is still alive, my mom's jollof rice is the best jollof rice in the world.
That's a very interesting answer. Very interesting. Okay. Now we want to wrap up the first part of this conversation. I want to ask how you would be able to, how can you tell somebody is an Igbo in Ghana? I mean, if you see somebody, what identifies a person as an Igbo?
Most Igbos are fair in complexion.
Okay.
Most Igbos have forehead.
Okay.
Most Igbos have flat kind of hair, back hair. Then most Igbos are very proud.
Okay.
Most Igbos are good communicator. Most Igbos are good in business. Before you can sit with an Igbo man, only 1 second, 2 seconds, you must know it's an Igbo man. Because the kind of ideas that come out of him, you will know, oh, Charlie, it's a Nigerian man. And the Igbo man is always difficult to see an Igbo man that does not speak in wisdom.
Okay.
Every woman speaks wisdom. And when you hear them speaking, you will know this is an Igbo man. The way we try to, because we are not English people, we are pure Africans. So we try the best we can to carry our language along with us. Then, Igbo men also, by their dressing, every man always want to dress good. And every man also want to dress like this is our local attire. So as soon as you see it, you say, oh my God, this first, even if you say it's a Nigerian, every Ghanaian, people around the world, when they see Nigerians, their mind first of all is an Igbo man. Then from there to interview him or from there to discuss with him, then you realize whether is Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba. These are the major 3 tribes.
Right.
So there are a lot of signs around Igbo man that will make you to know Igbo man.
And what do Igbo men and women do, like profession-wise? Mostly, what do they do in Ghana?
Trade.
Okay.
Trade. We're all over the market, all over the streets, trading.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you
Where
so
to
much.
commerce.
Thank you so much,
No
Eze, for speaking to us and giving us some insights, interesting insights about the people of Igbo. But this is just the first part. We are going to speak again, where we'll concentrate more on your stay in Ghana and how the Igbo people relate to Ghanaians. But thank you so much for your time. So that will be all for this edition of People and Places. There's more to enjoy, and so stay with us. In the next edition, we'll bring you more. I've been speaking to the king, the diasporan king of the Igbo community here in Ghana. He is His Royal Majesty Eze Dr. Chukwudi Ihenetu. Pardon me if I didn't really get the name. I'm trying. So we'll see you next time. My name is Wandami Hagan. Stay safe.
Reports. We promise you that we will bring all the regional ministers to keep you updated on the infrastructural projects, the economic issues, education, health, governance, structures, and what they are doing to change the fortunes of their respective regions. This afternoon, we are honored to host Honorable Joshua Makubu, who is someone after my heart. I had the opportunity to work with Honorable Minister even before his appointment, and I was so proud that such a competent person and someone who takes his work so seriously got to serve, an office in such a new region which requires a lot of developmental projects. So I'm really happy that today the OT Regional Minister has joined us. But before I yield the podium to him, we have a very powerful delegation that came with the minister, and with your kind permission, I would like to acknowledge the dignitaries who are here with us this afternoon. We have the Municipal Planning Officer of Kratchi East, Mr. Ernest Adakwa Yadom, with us. We also have with us the Regional Planning Officer for OT Regional RCC, Reverend Isaac Asantiriafe, with us. Also joining us is the personal assistant to the minister, Mr. Boame Isaac. We also have the OT Regional Secretary of the NPP, Mr. Akpagwe Jonathan. Joining us this afternoon too is the Regional Communications Director of OT Region and my brother, Mr. Musa Seidu. Also with us is the Honorable MCE for Nkwanta South, Honorable Bright Lenwa. We also have with us the DCE for Kratchi Chumuru, Honorable Kwesi Nkrumah. Also with us this afternoon is the DCE for Kajebi District, Honorable Wilson Agbanu. Also with us this afternoon is the former MCE for Jasikan, Honorable Lawrence Aziale. Amesimeku. And as I mentioned earlier, we have with us the OT Regional Minister, Honorable Joshua Makubu. So without further ado, I would invite the Honorable Minister to give us his substantive presentation, and also remind you that you are watching this briefing live on GTV. If you are on Facebook, we are streaming at Ministry of Information on Facebook, so you can join us. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, my very good sister and Deputy Minister for Information. Let me stand on the existing protocols as she has already alluded to, and to also say a welcome to our brothers and sisters from the media setup. Before I can proceed to say anything this afternoon, I want to urge that we'll be upstanding and observe a 1-minute silence for some of our fallen heroes from the OT region, especially the former Dean of MDCs in the OT region, Honorable Francis Kofi Okesu, and some others. May his soul rest in peace. Okay, you can be seated. All right, so good afternoon once again. The OT region, as you have all come to know, was almost in the papers, as well as all television channels in 2018, when His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, through the application and request from the people of OT region, as the Constitution, that 6 other new regions were created. OT actually dominated the headlines, not because we are so special, but we are very unique and peculiar. And at the forefront of this battle was the Krachura, Nana Mpra, who was the chairperson for the joint consultation, and other able-bodied persons who supported him, and the referendum went through successfully. His support to the region didn't end there. He was people of OT region, the traditional setup, when he was elected as the president of the OT Regional House of Chiefs. And as the president of the, there's something very remarkable about him. Whenever he's traveling out of the region, the RCC was always aware, and whenever he's coming in, and whenever there are some disturbances in the traditional setup, he quickly came in to help. So OT region has enjoyed a lot of support from our traditional setup under the leadership of the Krachura. For those of you who may be wondering where OT is as far as Ghana is concerned, we are a region that shares boundaries with some other regions as well as other countries in the in West. We are bounded by the, what do you call it, Republic of Togo to the east. And then if you go to the northern part of OT region, it's our brothers in the northern region, and then Savannah to the far end. Then you come to the southern sector, our colonial masters, under the leadership of Dr. Lecha, my very good friend, shares boundaries with us. And then we also share boundaries with the Bono East region, as I already indicated. So that is it. And if you are from Accra, you can enter the OT region through the Hokwe route, and where the gateway to OT is Santro Kofi. And when you decide to use the Kwando route, then the gateway to OT is after Agbonohwe, that's Biakoye district, and Konya, where their regional capital, district capital is. We have 9 assemblies with 8 constituencies, because for us as a government, the creation of district assemblies is a mandate within the purview of the government. So when OT was created, and then the Santro Kofi, Akpafu, and the Lolobi area, Lepe was left out, the president, through the Ministry of Local Government, ensured that a district was created. It is currently headed by a very beautiful young lady, MFA, as our DC. So that is how we have 9 district assemblies. As you can see from the presentation, I'm coming to talk about the infrastructure development in the OT region. We also talk about the social development in the OT region, and we look at the economic development. Briefly, the infrastructure development, we'll be looking at the road network. Then we'll also look at the governance setup and other infrastructure needs of the region. So, as you can see, in terms of the road network, the statistics are available that will be made available to the media. But I just want to take you back when His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was on his campaign tour. He made a remark in in Hohwe, where he described his journey from Hohwe to Jasikan as a boom, 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 boom. And surely that was it. For those of us who come from the OT area, you know that by 2016, it was difficult. If you have to access Jasikan from Hohwe, you either have to go through Lulubi, Tetema, and join Jasikan from the other side, or if you decide to go through the main road, you have to even veer off through some cemetery at Santro Kofi, and it was not easy. Vehicles got stuck there several days. But today, as I speak to you, I'm glad to tell you that under the leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and their agenda of Year of Roads, it can take you now a maximum of 15 minutes to move from Hohwe to Jasikan. That road was done by road leader. And I think that is one of the major hallmarks as far as the road infrastructure is concerned. Then just after the Jasikan roundabout, those of us who want to travel to the Nkwanta South municipality was that stretch of the road that has almost gone bad between Jasikan and Dodipepesu. And then the same program, the Year of Roads, saw a contractor, Sino Hydro, under the flagship program that His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, I remember those days when he went to China and came back and we were talking about the Sino Hydro package. Some people were saying that it was never going to work, it was not possible, they have never seen anything like that. But today for us in the OT region, we can see in terms of tangibles, the road from Jasikan roundabout to Dodipepesu. That is one of the asphaltic roads in the OT region under the Sino Hydro, which the Vice President commissioned about a month ago. Then, again, those who were entering OT region through the Pando stretch, you get to Nkonya Rupon towards Pando, and it was very bad. Towards Kwame Krum, it was very bad. Cars got stuck there and spent so many days. Under the Year of Roads, we got, a contractor, First Skies, to rehabilitate that road. And today we can talk about what? A road without any pothole from Kwame Krum through Nkonya Rupon. And so I always tell people that if you are coming to OT region, and in terms of road network, our biggest challenge are the roads maybe either they are found in Volta region or they are found in the Eastern region. But when you get to where OT region starts, to the OT regional capital, you can sleep comfortably as your driver drives you through. We hosted the Indian High Commissioner about 2 weeks ago, and he was so much impressed about the road network. Then when you get to the regional capital of OT, Dambai, then you go across it, then we have the, the road starting from the riverside through to Ketekrachi, and then when you get to the Nandi Junction through to Buya, the phase 2 of that road was also done successfully under the Year of Roads. We have some other roads that are, the federal road sector. We have done some rehabilitation of some roads. The continuous upgrading is done. Some are also being constructed. You can find them in my presentation as I make them available to the media. But in terms of urban roads, when you go to Krachi West Municipality, you can see the work that is going on. When you come to Krachi East Municipality, that's the regional capital, Dambai, you can see that unlike those days when it was even almost impossible to be able to move from one part of the municipality to the other within the same town. Now, we have city constructions. Even though the work is ongoing, the contractors had to go on a break for us to do some documentation, and then when it came, I did what I'm supposed to do. The Ministry of Roads and Highways has also done what they can do. However, the contractor gave an excuse that as at the time that the signing was done to revise the contract, it was raining and the borrowed pits were muddy. They cannot come and start working on the assurance. However, is that they are coming back with full force to start work this October. We just pray that the rains, we are not saying they are too much, but for the sake of our roads in town, if they can come down small and we have the relevant weather. It's the same contractor that is doing the, what they call the Dambai in Kwanta stretch. That is why it has also what? Stalled. So if you look at our trunk roads, a lot has gone into it. I can say that the trunk roads in OT region, every portion of the road, there's a contractor on it. It's either completed or yet to be completed. One of our trouble zones has to do with the Nkwanta, the Pasa stretch. That is being done by a Chinese company. The contractor has actually spent a lot of time on that route. Some of us feel that, yes, despite all other challenges, I think a lot needs to be done by the contractor. And we have initiated some kind of talks with relevant authorities to see it's either he sits up or if he's not able to continue, he gives way for some other people to come in. Having spoken about the rules, I have a lot of them in the slides, but I think for the sake of other aspects of the presentation, we should move on. Governance and administration. It is expected that a region that was created, you all know how the OT area of the Volta region used to be those days. In terms of infrastructure, even our assemblies were struggling for where to be accommodated. So there was a need to ensure that some basic facilities were set up. So if you come to the regional capital now, we have the Regional Coordinating Council that is going on. It is about 80% complete. And I strongly believe that, and I can say on authority, if it has to do with funding, I can say government does not owe the contractor a penny. It is only his lackadaisical attitude that is keeping the work. And I've gone hard on him, even though sometimes we try to be lenient with them. But these days, I've actually gone hard on him. And I'm very sure that in the next few months, we want to move from where we are currently to the Regional Coordinating Council building. We have the Regional Directorate of Agric. The JCC agreed that but development should not be concentrated in one of the districts. It should be spread evenly. So because of that, the Regional Directorate of Agric is situated in the Nkwanta South municipality. That is where I actually hail from. The building has been completed, the office space has been completed, the accommodation for the Regional Director of Agric has also been completed. We are just waiting for the relevant authorities to come and do the commissioning. Then you come to Biakwe district, to be precise, Rara. We have the Regional Directorate of Health. That has also been completed. The Bangalore for the Regional Director of Health has also been completed. Then you go to a place like Ketekrachi, the Regional Directorate for Feeder Road has also been completed, and then the Bangalows have also been completed. We have the Regional Directorate of Education situated in Jasikan. And as I said, it was also as a result of the lackadaisical attitude of the contractor. And I remember when I told him that, hey, you better sit up or I get your contract terminated. He told me no one could terminate his contract. But he has forgotten that we are operating in an era of a government led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And I can tell the good people of OT region and the good people of Ghana that that contract has been terminated. Valuation has been done. I have signed that off. It has been presented to PPA. And at the right time, a new contractor will go and start and complete the Regional Education Directorate in Jasikan. I know the chief of Jasikan is so passionate about this. And my chairman, Chairman Agbele, will call me almost every week to want to know what is happening. And I am sure that all these things will be done. We have also been able to put up fire stations across almost every assembly with the fire tenders. So if it has to do with fire outbreak, we are sure that there's always a fire station in each of the districts. Fire tenders are also available. That's why the fire service under the leadership of the regional commander, Prince Anaglati, is able to move in and to salvage situations like an incident that happened in Damankon, the one that happened in Pasa, even though some casualties were sustained, but their timely intervention also brought in this. Another aspect of it is that having put in this infrastructure, it has become a region. We are encouraging our people to move away from the physical way of settling dispute to the legal way of settling dispute. And it therefore means that the judicial service needs to be what? Empowered. As I speak to you now, we have a court complex in Biakuye that is almost done. KJB, Krachin Chumburu, and the High Court complex is about 85% complete in the regional capital. So that is the aspect of the judiciary. Now, when we move to all these courts came with what do you call it? Accommodation for the judges, and that is where, when I look at Oti region in terms of the judicial setup, I stand up and then I knock my chest and say, yes, our mother, who has always promised to be a mother to all, Honorable Natosi, is on top of her job. And then if you go there, you look at that. I wish one of the judges could exchange his accommodation with me so that I can go and enjoy it for some time. So Oti region is not doing bad. We have actually moved from some place. Under the leadership of the current General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, when he was the CEO for the National Youth Authority, he has gone ahead to demonstrate that, yes, Oti region was on top of his priorities. And I think one of the regional offices that started and got completed and we moved in was the Regional Directorate of the National Youth Authority, as you can see in the slide. So we are moving from nowhere to somewhere. We are not where we are yet, but we are actually on the way to getting to where we want to be. And for those of you who are conversant with Oti region, you will know that what I am saying is not in any green book, but they are physical projects. They are things that we can touch. I think when we come to the other area of the social development, the government implemented a lot of social interventions. And I have always said to people, I am where I am today because my parents did all that they could to give me something called education. And if you have ever had education from the rural area, you would have known that during our time, whenever you were going to school, if your parents struggled to get you the school fees, lorry fare, you may have to get it from somewhere. So His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came in and said he was going to make sure that senior high school was free. And Oti region has actually benefited from that. If you look at it in terms of second cycle enrollment, you can see the graph that is being shown there. See the rate of rise from 2016 to the current year. And what is so fascinating about the whole thing is that the teaching staff in the senior high school from 2016 to this time has gone up about more than 100%. And that is what we talk about when we talk about what? Building an economy that will be, very robust and to be able to support our own production. We need the human resource capital to be built. And that will definitely come from the school. I can tell you that for the schools in the Oti region, we have only 3 schools now that are currently doing the shift. All other schools are single-track institutions because of the infrastructure that has been brought into those areas. My assemblies continue to supply furniture. I can see in Kwanta South in less than a week was able to present about 1,000 pieces of dual decks. I was with the DCE for Krachin Chumburu some few months ago to do presentation of dual decks. The late MCE for Krachin East, before his demise in less than a week, he also presented dual decks. All this to support the education sector. I can also say that though we still have a few senior high schools that are yet to get their share of the buses that were distributed. I remember having a conversation with one of the members of the JCC, and when about 20 or 25 buses were brought to both OT and then Volta. OT region got about 12 buses. The question was, if it had been those days when we were still under Volta region, was it going to be possible to get 12 out of 20? That was just very impossible. So the creation of OT region was not because of any land dispute. It was not because of any war between the people of OT and then the people of Volta. What people don't know is that OT and Volta are the same. As we speak now, there are Voltarians in the OT region who speak Ewe, and those of us who are not also Voltarians, we have learned and we speak Ewe with them. They are our brothers. Our friendship with Volta region is still intact. We have always seen ourselves as one. Why? It is only in terms of sharing the national cake. That is where you see that there is OT and there is Volta. But our culture and our way of living is still the same. So most of the schools have school buses. Again, the laptop distribution. I'm sure if we were boxed together, we would have heard that this number of laptops had come to the Volta region. But this time, they are able to mention specifically OT region, and a good number of our teachers have also gotten what they call the laptops. The school feeding, another amazing policy of the Eswa Kufuor government. I remember those days I was a presiding member from Kwanta South. And we only have school feeding at Abrewanko, Abunyanya, and then Odumase. But when His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo took over the reign of governance in 2017, the number of schools have tremendously increased, close to 100% in terms of what? The number of additional schools. And the number of beneficiary people has also risen over 90%. This is what we say government of the people and government that is investing in people. In the area of social intervention, we are on top. We also have, whilst we try to provide the school feeding, make sure there are teachers in the classroom, make sure there are computers, make sure there are, what do you call it, desks. We have not forgotten about the infrastructure that has to do with the school building. If you see the slide there, a lot of what they call it, classroom blocks have been initiated since 2017. Some have been completed, others are still being worked on. And then we are doing our best to ensure, this is a typical administration block and the Introbomen Senior High School. Currently, we also have another project in Introbomen Senior High School that has advanced and near completion, and it's also to support educational infrastructure. So there's one thing I want to talk about. When they talk about free SHS and the TVET education, some of us were like, TVET how? Because those days you go to secondary school, and if they say you should do vocational course or you should go to technical school, you would think that you were being demoted. When I go to Krachin Chumburu to visit the Technical Institute, the St. Teresa's Technical Institute in Krachin Chumburu, it used to be St. Teresa's Vocational School. But now we call it St. Teresa's Technical Institute. Having gone through the laboratories, there's a stretch that is we have the fashion and design, the secretariat lab, the carpentry lab, the building technology, the agri. I asked myself, what are we waiting for? My only Auntie Mausi, the Director General for TVET, if only she will allow us, with the permission of the Honorable Minister for Education, I think that structure there is qualified to be used for a technical university in OT region whilst we wait for the STEM university that is to be put up. You can see some of the gadgets that are in the building. So when you actually come down and you take the opportunity to go around, you will see that the current government is doing everything possible to ensure that in terms of infrastructure, the right thing is done, and to also ensure that, the relevant human capital is built to support whatever. Another way of sustaining the human capital has to do with improved healthcare delivery. And as I indicated, yes, we have the Regional Director of Health, but we don't, We don't go to attend clinic at the Regional Directorate of Health. We go to clinic at various health centers. We go to clinic at various chief compounds, and we go to clinics at various hospitals. When they were talking about Agenda 111, then I was like, hey, we always hear things being talked about in Accra, things being talked about in Accra. But like joke, and like the Christians will continue to tell us, Jesus will surely come. They always assured us that, yes, Agenda 111 was going to take place. Before I could say Jack, we were asked to submit plans for site in Krachin Chumburu for the Krachin Chumburu District Hospital, Nkwanta North for the Nkwanta North District Hospital, and then at KJB for the KJB District Hospital, and at Jasikan for the Jasikan District Hospital. And the regional hospital is to be sited in the regional capital. We submitted this, I thought it was a joke. One day, then we have a consultant coming. Before we could say Jack, contractors have come. They have started work. I have personally visited the site at Krachin Chumburu, Nkwanta North, KJB, and then Jasikan, and I can tell you on authority that some work is being done there. For the Krachin Chumburu, all the subcontractors have moved to site. It is the main contractor that has not yet come to site, but he gave us the assurance that so long as Agenda 11 hospitals are concerned, no contractor can beat them as far as construction in Ghana is concerned. My understanding is that they are a construction firm that has undertaken a lot of reputable projects in the country, including the current Jubilee House. So we are very sure that he will move in. And then he is working on the Krachin Chumburu and then the Jasikan one. My understanding is that by next week, he will move to site. But the subcontractors have done substantial work. KJB is fast gone. Nkwanta North, I was there. All the contractors had also moved to site. So the people of Oti region are very hopeful that by the time the president will be commissioning the Agenda 111 hospitals, when he moves from Volta region, he will definitely come to Oti region. If you care to know what healthcare means to the people of Nkwanta North, Basa is a densely populated area. And as I speak, Accra people should hear me well. When you come to Oti region, a place like Nkwanta North, 5 cities means a lot. So for someone to get up from a place like Tinjasi, take a car and pay about 10 cities to Pasa, and take a car, pay about 15 cities to Nkwanta to access medical care at St. Joseph or Medical Village, is something that was almost impossible. And they have to rely on the health center in Pasa and Kanketesi, the Pentecost clinic. But this time, the people can actually heap a sigh of relief when this hospital comes mainstream. That is what it means to us. So we are actually doing a lot. In terms of another flagship program like the 1D, 1F, we never knew that apart from our catalysis and yam, machines could be, and knives, machines could be used to process yam. Most of our farmers today, especially those in the environs of Adonkwanta and the Krachin East municipality, are no longer bothered about where to get their market for their yam. Yam is currently being processed at the CH Food, one of the 1D, 1F factories in Krachin East municipality. And I think if you go to some of the supermarkets now in Ghana, you see that their products are being displayed there. We have also advanced in that other areas, the 3-crop planting, and then warehousing. One is at Krachin in Chumburu, that's Chenderi to be precise. There's also one at Nkwanta in the Nkwanta South municipality for the preservation of food. The last time I engaged the regional director of Agric, all areas of agriculture from maize, rice, and then 3 crops. Our tonnage per hectare has actually moved up as a result of the planting for food and jobs. A lot of our women now are rearing fowls, and they are able to sell eggs, and they also are able to supplement their protein needs when they are pregnant, and then they also need to feed their children, all courtesy under this. And then I want to advise people in Accra to start looking for land in the Oti region, because what is going to take Ghana from our current state to a very industrialized nation has been found in the Oti region, and that is the iron ore. We have a very fantastic organization, that's the GHISDEC, the Ghana Integrated Iron Ore Development Corporation, under the able leadership of chairmanship of Honorable Farouk Aliu Muhammad, the MP for Yendi, in collaboration with the Geological Survey Department. We have discovered iron in greater quantities in the Oti region. If you come to Akokrowa in the Karachi East Municipality, part of Pai Katanga, you move to KJB, and then you go to Asato, and then other areas. You come to Kwame Krum in the Bori area, in the Guan Jessica Municipality. Then you go to Akpafu in the Guan, district. Currently, we are at a stage the technical people will refer to as a mineral resource estimation, to get the actual tonnage that is available on the land before mining can start. And GHISDEC has been able to collaborate very well, and with the support from Oti Regional Coordinating Council, some private investors have come to put their money into it, and the mineral resource estimation is being done. My understanding is that when that is complete, then the various blocks will now be available for concession to be taken. So if you want to put up a steel company, please don't be focusing so much on Tema. Come to Oti region. I know Nana Biano is always there in Dambai, supported by the overlord of the Chonke traditional area, Nana Bunja. If you are looking for land, it will not be a problem. The paramount chief of the Apesokubi area says that if the district regional capital is occupied and we need land, we should not go anywhere. He has land over around the Apesokubi area towards the Rara aspect. So I think Oti region is not doing bad at all. We have some challenges that we are working on. Every human institution, even the food you eat, when it is put on your table and you put your hand inside, there will still be some challenges. But you just have to make sure that you take the best part of it and make sure that your next meal takes care of the other challenges. And we are working hard. Assembly member. In terms of security, I was telling somebody that OT is actually moving very fast. Do you know that from 2019 to 2022, the police force alone has increased by about 66%? Those days, you have to travel to Aplau before you can see someone in a customs uniform. But immigration and all, but today, they are all over. Visibility is everywhere. So we are doing a lot. And I want to urge the media, we are partners in development. In as much as you can bring out our challenges for people who have solutions to come in, also propagate the good aspect for those who have money and they want to invest, to also come in and invest. Oti region, in terms of tourism, I think we are going to be a super region. We can face any other region in Ghana in terms of our tourism setup. We have the natural environment, the Hanging Village in the Nkwanta South, the Chabobo National Park, the Breast Mountain, and then where you can relax. We have a lot of waterfronts. Oti is also very good for aquaculture. Those of you who are in Accra and you are eating rotten tilapia and fish from abroad, come to Oti, put your money, and catfish and tilapia can be produced within 3 months, and then we can all enjoy. I know the media and other people here may want to know one or two things. I'll pause here, and then if there are any questions, we'll deal with that. Thank you very much for your attention.
A round of applause for Honorable Minister. You know, I must say it's that a lot is happening in Oti region. from Minister's presentation alone, I now know that we've been able to construct some 30-kilometer Weija second road. We have done the Jasekan Dodo Pepeso road through Sino Hydro Limited, the Ketekrache Buya road, 26.8 kilometers in the phase 2 through First Sky, and also Nkonya Wurupong to Kwame Krom, 21-kilometer road. I know that so much more is happening in the region based on the presentation that Honorable Minister has made. It is also refreshing to know about the disc of iron ore, and I know in good cause, after all these investigations are done and concessions given, it will really bring a lot of prosperity and so much economic activity in the region. Minister also mentioned about people who want to invest in the region and has called on all of us to assist. That the region has so much tourism potential. He mentioned of a hanging village that I hope to visit someday. So please, let us help him spread the word so that we can all together contribute to the development of the OT region. On that note, I would invite friends who are here, if you have any question, kindly show by hand. We bring the microphone to you and then you mention your name, media house, and proceed to ask your question. If anyone has a question about OT region based on Minister's presentation or anything you knew prior to this press briefing that you wish he could clarify. Okay, Nana. Okay, I can see one hand here. Okay, so we take the second question. Okay, if you can bring the microphone to Nana.
And then it's not the iron industry. That is the area of $40 billion or so, somewhere. So you need to, if you can explain how people can sell, because some excavation have to do, so can be some doing excavation and the service involved and the hospitals involved, the country and the investors are doing so.
Thank you for the question. So we'll take the second question.
Yeah, thank you. Atamensa from Ghana News Agency. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm so much impressed with the minister's presentation. But I want a few clarification. You talked about the attitude of contractors regarding construction of Education Directorate Office. And you also mentioned the regional coordinating office, for example. But with the Education Director Office, for example, you call for the termination of the contractors, the contract. Is it because of lack of funding from the contractor, or you think it's a sabotage towards the government? I want to find out, because before you cancel a contract, then there are serious issues behind the scenes. So we want to clarify this thing for us. Then this one is not part of the presentation, but you struck controversy on June 10th this year during the Green Ghana Day, when you directed that the trees that were planted at one of the community senior high schools should be removed because it was planted on June 4th, which was marking the NDC revolution. So it struck a lot of controversy. I want to find out whether you were able to carry out your directive to remove those trees. Thank you.
Yes, you mentioned, what do you call it? I'm not too familiar with the plots. Lolobi, Luque, and there was some kind of political misunderstanding for creation of that particular, because some people didn't want to come to the Volta region or go to the OT region, and so they didn't take part in, I think, 2020 elections or whatever, and so it became a problem. I don't know how far we have come, because I see a new district has been created. So have you amicably settled that dispute between Lolobi, Lekpe, and the rest, where they have their respite now, so they can either join the OT or Volta region? I'm not too sure what that impasse has been resolved. Thank you.
Create the district, making it 9 districts. But you know, the power to create the constituency has to do with a different, legislative process altogether. That's what he mentioned.
So, as a regional minister, what steps is it taking to make sure that that impasse is settled amicably?
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, if there are no questions, I will invite Minister for his responses.
Thank you very much. On the Jasikan Dodipepesu road, it's no longer a matter of being in a budget. It's a matter of a fiscal route that we travel on. It has been commissioned, and I don't think everything about it has been cleared. So it is now a road and not a budget road. The iron ore, as I indicated, the exploration was undertaken by the Geological Survey Authority, and when they found that, they collaborated with GISDEC, that is in charge of the development of iron and the steel industry in this country. So they have gotten investors to come in to do the mineral resource estimation. That is what is currently being done. When that is done, then the various blocks will now be available for concessions to be taken. So we know that to get a concession, you have to go through the Minerals Commission, make all the relevant documentation before the one who gets the concession will now come in and do mining. So as I speak to you now, there's no mining going on in OT region. It's mineral resource estimation. On the education office, as at the time that the contract was terminated, and the regional economic planning officer brought me the certificate after the evaluation, what we realized was that, to be precise, the contractor is owing government 182,000. So it cannot be as a result of a lack of funding. So as I indicated, I don't also want to say sabotage, because I have not scientifically established that. So I know that the contractor was not doing his best. He was being lackadaisical in his approach to the distance. That is what I can say as far as that is concerned. And then on the issue of the Regional Coordinating Council, as at the time that this contractor's contract got terminated, that one was working, and we expected, with his promises that he was going to finish by certain dates that have been extended 1 or 2 more times. And from what I am seeing, I'm constantly engaging him. When we get to the brim, we have no other option than to go. And as I indicated, I can tell you, as far as the government, that particular project is concerned, and my knowledge is concerned, government is not owing that contractor, because there's no, they have a technical term, there's no a pending interim certificate that has not been honored. So if you don't have an interim certificate as a contractor, government cannot be owing you. So until he prepared this thing. So that is it. Okay. So let me pick the SAL issue before I come to the controversy. She has already given the you know, the Likpe, Santrokofi, Akpafu and Lolobi were part of the Hohwe municipality. And when Oti region was going to be created, the people in this area are Gwans. So they identify more with their Gwan brothers and sisters who are in the Krachi West, Krachi Chumburu, Nkwanta South, Jasiken, KJB, and other things. So they were also part of the people who applied for OT to be created. They took part in the referendum. So when they took part in the referendum and the referendum was successful, that it means that automatically they were part of what? OT region. However, because they were, in terms of local government, they were part of Hohwe Municipal Assembly, they were left hanging. So what the president or the executive needed to do, as he rightly indicated, was to issue an executive instrument for a district to be created. That district was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister for Local Government, the forever General, Honorable Dambochi. And Honorable Mefa, if you can stand up. You see this beautiful lady, she is the, what they call it, the district chief executive for Gwan district. So when common fund is released to other assemblies, Gwan also gets its own share of what? The assembly's common fund. I am aware they are currently renovating some school blocks, also renovating some abandoned guest house to be able to hold some offices out of this common fund. But to the other aspect, we leave it to the other statutory institution that is mandated to create constituency. But I know they have gone to the area to hold engagement with the people. So I know the EC has also started engagement with the people as far as the name is concerned. Because during the referendum, they were called SAR. But when the district was to be created, a joint consultative committee met at the local level and felt that they want to be called Gwan. So that all the Gwans in this country, the Gonjas, the Efutu people, the Okra people know that their head is in the Oti region. So they have to start coming to pay homage to us in the Oti region. If I may briefly comment on the tree planting in the community senior high school in Nkwanta. What the underlying principle is that senior high schools, we don't organize political activities. That is why, unlike the tertiary institutions, where we have the TAIN that is for NDC, TESCON that is for MPP, TESCHA that is for CPP, I don't know if they still exist anyway. We don't have anything like that in the senior high schools. People are not allowed to do political groupings. So I left Accra here to attend a funeral of one of the former chairmen of NDC, who was like a father to me in the Catholic Church. So the funeral we have to attend. So when I got there, the youth organizer of the NDC, regional youth organizer, called me around 3 o'clock that they want to observe the June 4th in the Nkwanta Community Senior High School compound. And they were given the permission by the head teacher and the municipal director of education. But they got a call from the regional director whose responsibility it is to supervise senior high schools. Senior high schools are not under district directors, so that permission couldn't have been granted. So the regional director of education indicated that so long as it has to commemorate a political event, they cannot do it there. So the regional youth organizer of NDC called me. Actually, he's a brother, Sule, and spoke to me, and I said, no, Sule, I'll call the director of education to see how we can survey the situation. I called her 3 times. She was not able to pick. I just was not feeling fine within those periods. And I said, Sule, so long as that day, that school is a day school, and the program will only take maybe some 2 hours, early in the morning, you can go ahead and do, since it is impossible to relocate at this juncture. But I heard you were going to plant trees to commemorate the day. For the tree plant, it becomes a lasting impression. And then if another political party goes there, that they want to erect a summer hat, I cannot stop them. So please don't plant trees, but hold the program and make sure you take your canopy and join us at the funeral. So I was at the funeral when I heard that I saw on the platform that they had actually planted some trees. So when the NDC came, join us, when he got close, I pulled him to myself and I said, actually, you are going to put my life in danger and that of the headmaster of the school. Because I said, don't do this. Why did you do that? So my advice is that the school is already planting their own trees. So those ones you have done, about 20 or so trees, let's just remove them and allow the school to do their own planting. Then I left, came to attend a program at Peduasi and went back. And then when I got back, it was still a controversy. But I said to myself, if I cannot do anything for OT region, education, that has been my life blood, I will not do anything to destroy it. So to allow other political parties to take advantage of these trees planted by the NDC to get onto the senior high school campuses to do politics, I won't sit down and allow that to be done. So on the day that we're doing the Green Ghana Day at Pasa, I had the regional manager of forestry with me, and I said, okay, they should go there. The headmaster was also there. The specific species of trees that the NDC planted there, they should remove and replace it with what? Different species, and send the ones that they planted elsewhere, so that that thing will not be visible on campus that they have come to plant trees to commemorate June 4th. That was it. So when it became a controversy, I was like, well, if it doesn't go well with Ghanaians, I am sorry. But I feel that at the time I was doing it, and even as I still stand here, convinced is to protect our education at the secondary school level and make sure that our political activities don't go there. And I stand by my words, as I indicated that day, that if His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana comes to any senior high school in Oti and wants to plant a tree as the President of the Republic of Ghana, I will allow him to do that. But if you want to plant a tree as a leader of the MPP, I don't think I will stand there and then be part of that tree planting. No. There's a vast land in Nkwanta, all over in Oti. We're still encouraging people to come and let plant trees. And if you come to Oti region, we have a very cordial relationship as far as our political activities are concerned. The NDC and the MPP, I expect them by this time to have supported the Green Ghana initiative by asking chiefs to give them land and going to the forest and planting trees. But they have not done that. It is only in the school. So that was it. That was the controversy. It was not out of hatred. It was not out of my dislike for June 4th. I don't think I was able to read and write. And I don't have personally something that attached to June 4th. But it's just a political event. And not only the NDC. If MPP wants, I will not be in position to support it. So that is the end of that controversy. And it has ended and it's gone. There are trees in Nkwanta, there are trees in Oti region. And I have planted more than 2,500 teak trees on my own this year. I think I'm done. So, all too soon, the question time has come to an end. And by way of conclusion, investors, that if it has to do with road network, all the trunk roads in Oti region are under construction. A larger proportion has been completed, and the few that is left, the contractors are coming back, and they will soon be completed. Those medical doctors that when they are pushing, they see it to be very far, and people tell them that you use 7 hours, 6 hours to get to Oti region. Please, Accra to Oti region is a little above 4.5 hours. It's a little above 4.5 hours. If you are using the public transport, the number of hours you have to waste in Oti region, come and invest. The people in Oti region, compared to other places in Ghana, are largely peaceful, very accommodating. And my regional secretary is a typical example. He's a cross-country person. He's everywhere. And then we live like brothers. So you are welcome once again to Oti region to take advantage of the tourist potentials in Oti region. Krachi West, Krachi East, Nkwanta South, Biakuye are all surrounded by what? Water, making aquaculture and hospitality a very, what do you call it, a great area to invest in. The region, by the fact that we are Guans, the common language that dominates is Twi. And that is what we speak in our meetings, our assembly meetings. I remember when I was the secretary of NPP, through the regional chairman, made it possible that we spoke Twi at our meeting, even though former MC for Jessica, Honorable Azale, struggled a bit, but he came on board. So I just want to conclude in a local dialect. Juma dia ya bedini waha. Eye mpuntu njuma akoso ewa oti region na starti ya no medi na se kasie ema ya traditional authority eye yen papa krachura na odi omanim se na odi akotene ma ya create oti region na ne ya kan se eba na akwan a munyina manitua. By 2016, na ube move every one district akwa another district and say uba Accra na adano tipae, but then nay aminu kesi saa ho when ni jazzy kan kwan na a problem na nado efi na from Kwame Krum ediba nkunya Europon mikai minadmo coordinator for biakoye dance dey bia obe frame and nay saa kwan no so no yaye na ofri jazzy kan do the pepesu and also asphalt cc na mechanic say yan kwamfo muti along that stretch no tutu no mu use motorbikes no very careful on that stretch of road say never ya be reduce accident ewo ho ye nyina ye nim se manka nkwanta ediko pasa kwan no asam ikofia minim say na konja ene ne man for beden ebebru bad me ka chan won say kwan a ye ne ye da so mini the Chief Executive of Ghana Highway Authority, the road minister, has also given us the assurance. They are engaging the contractor, say, Omubebana, Wabeyesa, Kwano, say, normal cost to send a tia, Ebia, Ejumano, Yebeje, Finin, some media more before, now, sa Kwano. Minim say, Nanakanya, team, Nana Bunjan, so a team, Burai, Edekwache, the Requano, sono, Kwanya. And of critical rules are Chibia, Yebeba Kati so na Umoyes Aquano. Na Beno, Dambai Quano, Ayataka Wasan Wakano FM, Oti radio. No, my heading because minim say, and Nebeba na Mabeyi, I say Achremona, contractors no home call BBI, but etono. Not tell me to every borrowed pit no wet only be guswa be hard into much and say and so no anobe brass no mabaye no maye dambai any nkwanta de no sene be ya met na mi fi nkwanta na masore akwachuma ewo dambai na minim say by this time there na no bombo Nanado office na Edibaya Regional Hospital no contractor no beba abestati ye ntimi mbo contractor no din sise ba de anim no ye twen say parliamentary process no bere ebekwe na minim say ye MPs Honorable Geoffrey Kini, Honorable Gidiso, Honorable Kuyu na ye maami Honorable Ntuso any engineer Gomado mobebwa na eba parliament na atimi apasi intemtem na omoabaye na eba no one district one factory a munyina manitua edon kwanta menim say nimpa be say 50 bi ejuma wo honomo se sensu yetimi process yamba yire any what they call ya banchi nkranfo so enye say de beba no omoaba kabo omo yede omope eno na ye amambo pa His Excellency Nana Adodan Kwaikufado Edibraye. Your secondary schools nyina na say ye the classrooms eba. And now minimum can say say next week and I say next 2 weeks. You be kwa kati sword. Be see adan wo Okaja Krum SHS, Rara SHS, Lepe Mati and Nkonya. Ninyina ya infrastructure yediba na nkwanta for mama nka say me the call bibi nkwanta de na ekoso na ntoroma de no nso ye na ekoso na krachi sectec ma baho ma hu na ekoso me ma headmaster na assurance say ye beye bibia fa ho enu a me nimia me papa a osan ya me bra jodente a owo get fan ye de hu komo Mumbom Paye. Na mu ye apaye nso mu nkae enche bia ye the school adan be den ebeba hoso ye nuanu mu bebre a benefit every the planting for food and jobs minim minua baako and then onwe nkuko. It is through the same program binum nso wo bonache enche bia agric director say or the maame nso ne nkoko be kwa akoma no and fertilizers and improve season so ya supply ama sena yemo aye dono a increase per hectare brunso I increase per hectare na me ya kan so bi biara ope local rice from Utino onko akpafo okwa onko bisa se ohwehwe Janet na eton local rice ono ankasa no odo no processing ade yan kasa obian yesa friend enko chief director you are here. Any program we have, and it is the coordinating council that is to sponsor, and there will be a rice mill. That mill should be a local rice mill. If you procure anything foreign, and if I have to approve any memo, I will not do that. You have to better sack me. That is it. And Yaye be paying. Since I'm a minister, Oba regional coordinating councillor, na ye kasa bottle water, be fresh, kwanta na and yes me advert momo. But that is the way we should go. Yenim say BT said the other ones, Aqua Splash, Vortic, no mudi mwanyanyi, na yanhwe nkwala no se na be ya omuso mubenyi. Nti nana no more ahimfo free OT region. Medamasi. Na wo ho bia me maka say ohini bia obehia me no wo de ma menya o phone call easier say me fee esne say nana ene ne chia me ebeba me office. I am always there 24/7. Me GCs nso omunyana omuye mabo omubetimi aye adwuma Jessica ende no nkwa na wakowo na nso nyankopɔ ama na ahwande onobeba betwa na adwuma so OT region ne ye hia no ye anya ni nyina na nso bebia ya dui die ebibeba chendere munza nkwa krachi biom nti ono obi ku a menka se krachi wa nti wokwa akɔfa krante na wakwatwa no da bi court no ebeba wenim kejebi ebi koso nti aban eye ne obetuma ye a police for and them munyana mujitum say oti bebia obefe bia you cannot move more than what they call it 5 kilometers or 4 kilometers without seeing a police officer. That is when it is the outskirts. But a kroma in less than a kilometer, obenhu police ni, one who police near, obenhu fire service ni, one who fire service near, obenhu immigration ni. First, no na ye describe mu. Enam so ti region abanu. Mo mayen bo hu ban na mpuntu njuma no so ere. Ema madam nyina ase. Na onyankopon hira ye nyina.
Honorable Minister, distinguished invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we have delivered the State of OT regional reports. So we hope to bring you reports from other regions in our subsequent press briefings. So we are counting on you to spread the word and let us have conversations that will help drive a lot of investors to the region to help develop the region. If OT region develops, Ghana will develop. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Good afternoon.
Why you should hike this mountain. This is the reason why you should see this animal. Hi guys, we are back again. Charlie, I hope you are doing amazing. I'm currently live at the Volcanoes National Park and we are going to be seeing the mountain gorillas. this is the main reason why I came to Rwanda, and I'm super excited. I'm going to experience this with you. The view behind me is so beautiful. I'm imagining hiking to the top and seeing the gorillas. I hope you're excited just as I am. I'm going to take you along, and yeah, we are currently here. We are going to have some coffee before we start the hike. So I'm going to take you along. I know you're super excited just as I am. So let's go, guys.
My name is Beck. Beck, B-C-K. So I'm going to be your guys. We're going to share the best experience for them.
Woo! We are super excited.
Yes, you will.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to make it the best out of everybody.
The mountain gorillas are endemic species only here in that place. They have 2 different natural habitats. So there is one population of mountain gorillas which is located in the Virunga Massif. Virunga Massif, it's a big forest which is bordering 3 different countries, Rwanda, Congo, Uganda. So one side it's in Rwanda, we have Volcanoes National Park. Then behind it's in Congo, there is Virunga National Park. Then another side it's in Uganda, there is Mugahinga Gorilla National Park.
Gotten to the starting point, and guess what? It's raining. That is why the raincoat was needed. So I'm so glad I rented a raincoat. So we're about to start. I have this cloth just to keep me. Yeah. Ooh. This is not waterproof, but then I mean at least my hair and my top doesn't get wet. I'm super excited about it. I'm really excited. This is my first time experiencing something like this, and I think everybody should if you can. Yeah, so yeah, thank God for this. I can put my phone and my camera. So yeah, we're about to start, and I'm going to take you along. This is how it looks like from here. Let me show you guys. This is the sticks we are going to use to hike, because it's going to be a very tedious hike. And yeah, I think this is going to be my most difficult hike. Yeah, because from what I hear and what they say about this experience, no, this is our tour guide. Say hi.
Hi.
Hi, Drew. Hi, Kalite. Are you all excited? Yeah, everyone.
The communities living around the park. So among the communities we have the porters. The porters are the people who help the tourists to carry the bags. Okay. So that's why you see the team of the people standing there. So if you need some of them,
they can help us.
Yes, they can help you.
Good. Okay. This experience is in partnership with the Rwanda Development Board, and it costs about $1,500 per person. So he's estimating 2 hours hike because of where the gorillas are currently are, and I'm super excited about this. Let's go, guys.
The crops you see here with the white flowers, we call them pilephla. So we make insecticides.
This is the plant. It's super cold, and I literally need like some breath on my hands so I can feel fresh. We have just started. We've done about 10 minutes of walk, and we are still on. This is my team members. Everybody is excited to see the gorillas. Hi, Amina. Amina is from Morocco. Hi, Jocelyn. We are all super excited. So the military have their helicopters around for just in case of an emergency. There are a lot of groups. We are just one of the groups. For people who can't walk for long hours, they have taken them to the shortest route, but we are using the longest route because we wanted to have a full experience of everything. This is how it looks like here. Sorry. Second stop, and everybody's just chilling and sitting. Yeah. Got a shed. Bye bye. Got a little boy in there. Bye. How long do you think we are going to see the gorillas?
From here?
Yeah.
2 hours.
2 hours from here?
Yes.
I thought we had done almost 30 minutes already.
Yes.
Wow. The search begins. Let's go, guys. We have finally entered the jungle and we're about to start the real hike. We have spent about 30 minutes, but the guide says you have about 2 hours to find the gorillas.
This is the forest already. This is the natural habitat for the gorillas. So before to meet the gorillas, I would like to tell you how you're going to behave here in the forest and in front of the gorillas. I told you, apart from the gorillas, here we have the other animals like buffaloes and elephants. So you know they are not friendly animals. That's why from here we have one pack ranger who has the gun. So it's here for ourselves. In case we meet a buffalo's elephant, he can scare them using the gun. It's not allowed to leave any rubbish in the forest. You keep everything in your bags. Also, it's not allowed to take anything from the forest, like fruits, flowers, or other things. So, once we be nearby the gorillas, I will give you the time to be prepared. I will show the place where you leave your walking sticks and your backpacks. We have to leave our sticks behind because still now the gorillas are having the bad memory of poaching problems. So many years ago, the poachers used the spears to hunt them. That's why in case you take the sticks to the gorillas, you can disturb them. So after leaving the sticks and our backpacks, we meet the gorillas. Of course, you take your cameras, then we meet the gorillas. So with the gorillas, we stay 1 hour. That's maximum time. The end of 1 hour, we leave them. Because in the case we stay more than 1 hour, it can stress them. So with the gorillas, we stay together. We keep a tight group. And you take pictures for them, but don't use flash. Flash camera scare the gorillas. To eat, to eat, to drink with the gorillas, it's not allowed. You can do that before or after leaving them. Then, it's not good to point the gorilla with the fingers like that. Because when you point them like this, they think you have something in your hands, you want to throw to them. So don't point at them. But eye contact, no problem. You can facing them, even the silverback. The distance we have to keep from to the gorillas, we keep 10 meters. But sometimes it's not easy to keep a good distance because of the type of the vegetation. Sometimes the vegetation where it's too much dense, you can reduce it to be the distance. Also, the most of the time, that distance can change because of the behavior of the gorillas. Because the gorillas, they are more friendly to humans, so they don't mind to come close to us. In case the gorillas come close to us, what we do, we have to move back slowly, then we make sure that we have a good distance. In case the gorillas come to us using the same way we are, what we do, we have to go to one side, we give it away, then the gorillas come to us. In case the gorillas come to you to touch you, it's happening often. To touch you, to grab you like this, or to kick you. So that is always a friendly interaction. That means, in that case, please don't be scared. It's normal behavior. They do that for fun. Good. But for you, you are not allowed to touch them back, of course.
Okay. Don't touch them back.
For the silverback and other big boys, they are always more confident. They want to show you how strong they are. Sometimes they come to you, they beat on the chest, they break some big trees, or making the big noise. I know it's scary, but
Yeah.
in that case, what we do, it's not how to run away, because when you run away, immediately it can follow you. So what do? You crouch down, you submit like this, and then you talk to them.
Wow.
What do I say? Hello.
You speak good language.
What's their language? Ooh, ooh.
We are practicing how to make. Let's all go. One exciting thing the guide mentioned to us is the fact that when the gorillas eat the sprout of bamboos, they get drunk, so they can be more hyper. But then he's very sure about their behavior, so whenever they behave as such, he's going to let us know and know how to behave, just as he has shared with us earlier on. So yeah, it's so muddy, and this is how it looks like from here. Look at the very beautiful view, and down here is down the valley, and yeah, it's quite a steep valley. Look at the view from here. We are currently high above sea level. That's the township over there. It's so foggy, it's difficult to tell. How far are we from the gorillas?
This is the halfway.
Halfway.
Yes.
So we still have more than an hour to go, because it looks like we are not finding.
This forest is the oldest national park in Africa. Has been created in 1925 because the gorillas here were identified for the first time in 1902 by a German. So after a few years, in 1925, the king of Belgium decided to create this forest as the first national park in Africa, just for gorilla conservation purpose.
Currently having a snack break and a water break. So yeah, you're all invited. Cheers, guys.
Let's do cheers.
We are having banana and cupcakes as snack.
Let's do here.
This snack is well needed. The tour guide says we should avoid this plant because if it touches your skin, it's going to eat you. Visibility here is currently very poor, so I'm not going to allow this thing touch my skin, but it can touch my dress. So look, so foggy here. So we are currently here. We are not supposed to talk too much, and we've seen one, but we need to get close to them. We are supposed to wear nose masks because of COVID, and yeah. But before hiking, we all did our COVID test, but then we all have to protect ourselves. This is our local guide. Hello. Look at the gorilla.
This here is the silverback,
which is the leader of the group, they tend to develop a silver section of hair over their back and hips from 12 years old. So guys, he's currently eating. So guys, we've seen about 5 gorillas. This is a reason why you should come to Rwanda. This is a reason why you should hike this mountain. This is a reason why you should see this animal. I've seen it from there for the first time and I'm really, really happy. I'm overwhelmed. Like, guys, they are so beautiful and wow, it's just like we see on TV, just like we see in Nigeria, just like we see on YouTube. Like, I get to experience it, and this experience, mwah. Thank you, Rwanda Development Board. So, we are currently searching for more families here. So, yeah, this is how it's going here. No, there's somebody there. How old do you think that he is? 2 years. 2 years. Oh, okay. So this particular one is a very young one, and he's really enjoying. He's been eating for some time now. Oh, I just spotted another one here. Oh, it's so foggy. It's so difficult to see. Sorry. This is the bigger one. He's coming here. I'm really, really happy I was able to do this. This is yeah, this is how I look now. My shoes are so dirty everywhere and I'm so wet, but then I was able to see them, which makes me so happy, which makes my dream come true, which makes all the things I see on TV a reality. This is an amazing experience. Everything that has a beginning definitely has an end. This brings us to the end of the hike, and the most difficult part is hiking down, which is going to take another 2 hours to do. So yeah, we are hiking down the forest and it's so slippery, but then I mean I feel so much fulfilled because I was able to see them in their natural habitat. This is something you won't get to see. The only countries you can see them is Rwanda, Congo, and where?
Uganda.
And Uganda. So these are the only 3 countries. So when you want to experience the gorilla hiking please make it a point to come to Rwanda. This is a place. This experience is nice. Yeah, even though it's nice, it's difficult. It's the most difficult thing I've done in my life, my entire life. Look at how the ground looks. I really appreciate the tour guys. You guys are doing amazing. Cheers. Cheers. Remember when we got here, you could see the view, but look at how it's so foggy now. It's really steep. We finally made it to the wooden bridge where we started. I've never been this excited to see a wooden bridge in my life. This experience, wow, it's not for the faint at heart. But is it worth it? A big yes. A very big yes. You guys remember when we started? There was no fog here. But look at now. Everywhere is foggy. And yeah, it feels as though we are in the clouds. I'm sure when we descend the mountain to the start point, I mean this is basically the trail start point, but down there is where the offices are, so we are going there. And yeah, I'm super excited. I was able to make it because it's not a joke at all. So guys, I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed hiking on top of this mountain, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here. Until next time on my next video, right here sorry, right here from Rwanda. Super cold. I love you all. Until next time, I want to say mwah. Again, Charlie. I got her today to say it. So guys, I'm currently at Bliss. So the last time I spoke to Anna, the Chapo family, she did mention that there are a few places that kids could have fun. But I came here yesterday and I was really impressed knowing that it's Ghanaian owned. Yes. Tell us a little bit about Bliss and everything everyone watching this video should know.
Okay, so Bliss Family Entertainment is an indoor gaming center. It has 2 sessions, that's the bowling alley and then a trampoline arena made up of 15 different games. Yeah. From slides to wall climbing, zip line, slam dunk. It is something that both adults and kids can actually partake in. People hear the name Bliss and they think it's for just kids. No, I have 60-year-olds and above actually coming in to have fun. So yeah, yesterday a place for all. Oh yeah, yesterday I came here with my friends today. We really had fun. Right. The one I enjoyed most was the sliding. The red one is called the Slippery Devil. The name itself connotes what it stands for. I think if you are not fit, please don't do that. And if you are not courageous and brave, yes, it's for the hard-hearted. Yeah, but it was really fun. Great. So when did it start? How did this idea come? Because this place is located in a prime area. Yes. So yeah, how were you able to put all this together? Okay, so I have a big sister. She's the main owner. Okay. One time we were sitting in the hall. She travels a lot and I don't. Okay. And we saw a YouTube video showing an indoor recreational center like that. And then we asked ourselves, why do you have to travel outside to experience something like this? So that's why we got the idea to try and bring something like that to Ghana, so that the Ghanaians who don't have the privilege to travel outside can also partake and experience in this wonderful adventure. So that's the goal behind Bliss. I
I can relate because the first time I tried bowling was when I went to Singapore. Okay. And I was like, but this is something we can have in Ghana. So I'm really happy.
We actually had one. That was some years back
at
in
Labadi. Yes. The last time I went was not
or something like that. Yeah. So.
Oh, okay. This place. So who owns the place?
My big sister owns the place.
Is she Ghanaian?
She's Ghanaian, 100% Ghanaian, owned by a woman.
Wow. Okay, this is why you need to support Ghanaian-owned businesses. Yes. If you are in Ghana, if you are in even in the neighboring part of Ghana, come to Bliss, come and have fun with you and your kids. In fact, as she said, it's not only
and our rates are affordable. Usually, when you mention 110 for an hour for kids, people think that it's just jumping, but you can attest to the fact that when you got into the arena, there were so many different activities to partake in. In fact, the 1 hour wasn't enough. Yes. So you have so many things. The 1 hour, the 110 for 1 hour is worth it actually.
Okay, how much is the bowling experience?
For the bowling, it's 120 Ghana cedis per head per game. Okay. If you come in a group of 5 to 9, you get a 5% discount each. Okay. 10 and above, 10% discount each. Okay. Same applies for the trampoline as well.
Okay. So apart from the indoor games, what other activities do you have what do you have here apart from there?
Okay, so we have an indoor seating area. We have a bar, a restaurant, and an outdoor seating area with a snooker for my boys who like to chill and have fun. Yes, Friday nights, yes. And we are planning on bringing in some karaoke activities and trivia nights and all that. So we have a lot in the line. We're just working on it. It will pop up soon.
Okay. So I'm sure everyone will be interested. I mean, it is in Accra, but not everybody in Ghana is in Accra. Okay. So what's the plan for Bliss? What's the plan for other people in the north? Yes. Other people, because I really put them at heart.
A few years to come. Yeah. We only don't want to have Accra's happiest place. We want to have Kumasi's happiest place, Bolgatanga's happiest place, Tamale's happiest place, Sakrade's happiest place. So the goal is to expand across Ghana and in fact beyond.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you heard it from her. She's Laurentia. Oh, I didn't even introduce you. Can you imagine? Guys, forgive me. I was so excited yesterday when I came because it was dark yesterday, so we had to do it this morning. Yes. But then I really had fun. Okay. Yesterday was my second time here, and I really had a good time here. So come and you forgot to mention it comes with free water.
Yes, it comes with free water. So after jumping, you deserve some free water to quench the thirst after all the adrenaline and the fatigue. So yes, that's the package. And my name is Laurentia Bobtoya. I'm the MD of Bliss Family Entertainment. Thank you. Mwah.
Bliss is located in Accra at the Aviation Social Center. For starts, we got a pair of socks which cost us 5 Ghana cedis each. This experience cost us 110, which is about $10 for an hour. She doesn't want to jump. She says she's so scared. So this is also the basketball. The bowling experience is also 120 Ghana cedis, which is about $11 per person.
So the game is between me and her.
You get a discount if you are more than 5. So guys, I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here. Don't forget to subscribe, like and share. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say I love you all. Bye.
You can see that properties and lives have been destroyed. When you go to Tetegu, our nearby communities, we've learned that this morning 4 people have lost their lives due to the spillage of the water.
The Ghana Water Company Limited for the past 3 days has been spilling excess water from the Weija Dam. This has resulted in flooding in areas around the Weija Dam. Residents here tell us that the situation this year is like never seen before. Hundreds have been displaced with several homes flooded. On this special episode of Say It Loud, we bring you a special coverage of this year's Weija Dam spillage and its consequential flooding in the areas of Weija. My name is George AEC and this is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. It's a special coverage of this year's Weija Dam spillage, which has resulted in quite unprecedented flooding in various communities around the Weija area. As you can see in our shots, these are residents who are trying to salvage some of their properties. But it is clear that the impact is very severe. Several homes have so far been submerged. The water levels are very high. As a matter of fact, the residents say this year's flooding is very much unprecedented. It has really never happened this way before. We came this morning to meet several residents who, as a matter of fact, slept outside yesterday. Those who could leave have left. Some are sleeping in hotels. Those who can afford it are sleeping in hotels. And those who have no other means had to sleep on the streets. We saw some people who have erected tents, whilst others slept out in the open. We are in this particular house, which is just a few meters away from the main road, and behind this house is other houses and buildings extending hundreds of meters back. So this should give you a picture of the extent of the flooding. And here, as you can see, the water has already made its way into the room, and it is rising in its level. Sir, you live in this area. How have you been affected?
Oh, okay. My name is Emmanuel. We live around close to the road, thinking that the water will not make its way to the road. But as we are speaking, the water has entered our rooms. We have to relocate our things to friends and people that we know. So we are being affected. And I can't say the government should come and give us an aid, because according to reports that we've gathered, we learned the main dam is almost at the verge of breaking. So they just have to be opening the water bit by bit for the spillage to go through. So if this is not done, I believe that the whole of the community will be flooded if the bridge breaks down. So for now, we just have to be managing like this. But some people's items have been taken away by the water. Surprisingly, they were not at home before. So the water made its way to the room and took some of the things away. But we are glad that some of us were able to take our things away before it happens. So that is what I can say.
But before this, this is something that happens annually. And I believe that usually you would receive notice from the Ghana Water Company Limited. What happened this year? Did you get any notice?
We've not got any notice. And then secondly, too, it happens annually, but it has never gotten to this extent. When my mother-in-law was telling me about this, she said it was in 1991 that the spillage came to this extent. But this particular year, because they said some of the water bodies, there was too much rainfall, so it's like it's breaking down the bridge. So this is what has happened. We have not gotten any notice, and even if we've gotten notice, what can we do? There's nothing we can do.
But for some people, this is an area where a dam is around, and
we build close to the dam.
That is the issue, right?
I know that is what everybody is saying.
So why?
But here lies the case. When you come, if you calculate, let's go this way. If you calculate the distance between where the spillage water passes and then where our rooms are built or our houses are built, we are almost like 30 meters away from the water. But here is an instance, the water, it has been opened beyond what has normally been open. So there is nothing we can do. So if somebody is somewhere saying that, why do we know that this is an incident, and then we go on to build around the Accra is now flooded, and we want to stay in Accra. I believe that you also want to, everybody that is listening to us want to stay in Accra. And then here lies the case, we've not gotten money to go and build that where we desire. So actually we have to manage and then be in the system for a meantime. If God willing and we've got our money, then we go wherever we want to build.
But so far, have you heard anything from the National Disaster Management?
No,
have they been around here?
We only saw some people yesterday from the Gasmilla Assembly coming around to come and tell us that everybody should move from the if your house is close to the water, we should move away from there. That is all. The MC has not been here, the MP has not been here, nobody. If your cameraman can capture this guy, the guy who is going, he is the guy who was pulling people's things. He is the one pulling people's things. Have you seen? He's the one picking people's items from the house since yesterday up till now. So nobody should be as someone and blame us that why do we build close to the water bodies? Because we normally know that the water has never been opened up to this extent. It was in 1991.
So yes, all forms of efforts are being deployed in terms of salvaging valuables and rescuing even animals who have been affected by this situation. With canoes and people who are able to swim, residents of Weija are doing everything possible to save themselves from the impact of this flooding. The spillage of the dam and the consequential flooding has affected a lot of residents of Weija. We have with us one of the residents to tell us about the impact it has had on him. Boss, how have you been affected by the flooding?
It's very serious. You can see that properties and lives are being destroyed. When you go to Tetegu, our nearby communities, we've learned that this morning 4 people have lost their lives due to the spillage of the water. Tetegu is just around. Yeah, 4 died. Yeah, that's what we've heard this morning. They are So we make contact, because when the excess water overflow, it affects a whole lot of community. So this morning they started it started coming small gradually, but this morning when we woke up we saw that the volume of the water is so severe. So people affected should move their things outside.
But the issue some people are raising is that this area is is in the dam, in the area of the dam. And so if there's a spillage, then there's the likelihood that the place might be flooded. So the question then is, knowing the state of this area, why do people build here? Why do you rent here? Why do you live here?
Actually, they've been warned several times. The truth is they've been warned several times, and they are aware. Listen, every year we experience that they open the dam, and when they open it's like we see how gradual the water comes up. But this time around they are so severe, and we are appealing to them to move, because this thing is not. We are aware of climate change. We are aware of climate change, and now it's raining, so we appeal to them to move. The best thing is for them to move.
Boss, how did you sleep last night? Badly, because no notice was served on us. The spillage happens annually, but this year took us by surprise. We were all in our rooms when we saw the water coming in with a lot of pressure. I went out for a bit, and when I returned, the whole of my room was flooded. All my properties have been destroyed. I retreated when I opened my door and saw the state of the room. We were not given any notice at all. They would usually open the dam and keep the pressure at a low level, so the impact is minimal. But everything happened suddenly this year.
But this time, no man cry.
The dam was not open in August as expected. So what are you doing about your current situation? There is little we can do as we are stranded. The whole town has been affected. Those who can afford it have gone to sleep in hotels. Now we are the ones watching over their homes.
The whole town. The whole town. The whole town. The cry yes, I share a scaffold fee in the wall because I'm to no to call down test.
Are you supposed to live here knowing the area falls in the radius of the dam? This area is not part. The spillage is just too much.
I say when there too much, damage we too much.
Has any official been here? No.
What are you doing about your situation? There's very little we can do now. We are now moving our belongings, and our last result will be that we'll move our items into the road. Have you heard anything from the Ghana Water Company Limited? No, we have not heard anything from them. What we are hearing is that they will open the dam more. So that is likely to get worse than what it is now. The water was further away this morning, and now it has gotten to this point, which means they have spilled more of the excess water.
Since I came here.
How long have you been here?
18 years. I was here 18 years now. Have you experienced this thing before? The government should do something about it. They should do something about it. And not much should come to our aid to help us. Because where we are now, we are here for a loan. Look at the story building over there. And the buildings over here, big ones, all are flooded.
So that is the situation of residents here at Weija. It is quite bad. So these are the students of the Weija DAJHS, and they have joined in the evacuation of properties. These are young students who I believe are helping some of the residents affected by this flooding. I will try and speak to some of these students to find out from them what has prompted their efforts this morning. Hello, come. How are you? What's your name?
My name is Susie Ted.
Whose properties are you moving?
Please, I'm moving my classmate's mother's property.
Your classmate has been affected, so you are helping her?
This, yes.
Oh, okay. And have you been affected by the floods?
Please, no.
These are students of the Weija DAJHS, and they are helping out some of their mates and colleagues whose homes have been flooded. Please evacuate their properties, and it's quite a heartwarming situation amidst this whole situation. They are frantically at it, helping their colleagues. Come. What's your name? Whose properties are you moving? Where's Mensa? Okay, so we'll go and speak to Mensa.
Please, her mother is there.
Okay. So Mensa is a student of Weija DAJHS. Her home is being flooded, and in solidarity, her colleagues from her school have joined to evacuate. For me,
it happened suddenly, and I have young children with nobody to help me evacuate my things. So I had to beg young students and their teachers to help me. Unfortunately, some of the things have been flooded. My children are also in school, so their colleagues came to help me. We have saved some of our belongings, but the water has carried some away. I have really been affected. I rented this house exactly a month ago. I inquired from the landlord if the area is flood prone, but he assured me it doesn't flood here. 2 weeks after I moved in, it rained here. I was in town, and when I got home, the house was flooded to my knee level. It happened again just this Saturday, and I complained to the landlord. She assured me she would do something about it. But when the dam was open, it looked threatening, so I sent my kids away to go sleep somewhere else. And by morning, the water entered our room. As I speak to you now, the water has taken away my 1,500 cedis. And by God's grace, I have been able to salvage some of my belongings, but my 1,500 is missing. The landlord has left with her husband since yesterday without saying anything.
So our mother here says she's lost properties and money worth over 1,500 Ghana cedis. She rented the room just a little over a month ago, and this is what has happened to her. And then I see Andra.
Yesterday I was home when the area started flooding. My house is a story building behind the park, so I decided to leave. I even fell in the water while attempting to escape and had to be rescued by some men. I returned today to retrieve my properties, but the entire place is engulfed in water. I have lost everything, including 10 bags of rice I had purchased for my business. This site even looks better. My house is back there where the situation is very bad. This is really painful.
So some 3 days ago, the Ghana Water Company Limited started spilling excess water from the Weija Dam. This has resulted in flooding in several communities around the Weija area. Areas like Tetegu and all other places have seen significant cases of flooding. I have with me now one of the landlords in the Weija area, Mr. Elvis, to speak to him about the impact of this situation. Mr. Elvis, as a landlord, how has this affected you and your tenants and other residents of Weija?
It has affected us much because we didn't anticipate that this thing will come to this extent. Because they normally open, the last time that this type of spillage came was 1999. As I can remember in 2003 there. But this one is very serious. because I don't know what the engineer was waiting before opening this thing, because I learned this thing happened Saturday. Saturday, the volume of water in Koforidua and so forth was much, and this spill on this thing, how they call it, Koforidua surroundings and so forth, the road, some of the distance were flooded, and so there are shops and so forth. But now I can say, so they even, I don't know whether they didn't listen or they didn't have information about it. They waited from Saturday up to Sunday before opening this. And this has affected a lot of people in this very area. As I'm speaking, we are in Weija now. It has affected a lot of people in Weija. And going to Tetegu and so forth and so forth. Choice and so forth. Oh, everybody is affected. So I may think that some people didn't work well. That's what I will say.
You seem to be blaming the Ghana Water Company, but then there's this concern of residents and people in Weija building in places they know that are prone to flooding, especially when the dam is spilled. As a landlord, if you hear this kind of arguments or issues being raised, what will be your answer?
Oh, well, I may not say they are right, because as we are expanding, the population in Ghana is expanding, and there's no land, and some of the places we are not prone to that, but this one has been roping too much. So the first they tell us that just minute, but every spillage they have a canal which pass through, but this one it has overflowed its bank, which we may say that is not proper how they do their things.
Talking about properly doing their things, that's in the case of the Ghana Water Company Limited. Did you get any prior notice ahead of the spillage? No.
It was only last Sunday before we heard that they are coming to open the thing. That was in the morning also and the afternoon. But in the morning, I may say these things happen in Koforidua, and the dam is in Koforidua. We have Densu River coming from Koforidua. They saw it, that place has been full. So the moment that place full, they have to close it, open the air so that it will pass. So if like they open it in that Saturday morning and coming, this problem will not be. Though it is raining, but you have to open. But they are thinking that, oh, this thing it will shut their water. But I don't think that they did the fair work.
About the impact, what specifically can you mention in terms of properties and probably lives or whatever? What can you mention has been lost so far?
Oh, in property, there we may say a lot of properties have been destroyed. We are thinking of human being now. There are properties that one we can't count it, because full of thousands and money. We can't count our properties, but because our life. And we learned that in Tetegu, 4 lives have been lost now. And this is very bad. And Tetegu, per se, it's coming through the gutter. On the Tetegu main road, going to the township, it's not that they are near to the river, but it's coming. It passed through the gutter to their homes.
So the Weija Dam runs through several communities in the Weija area. Areas like Tetegu, as it stands now, have been badly impacted. Various means are being deployed by the residents to salvage their properties and safeguard their lives as well. And for the likes of Mr. Elvis and other residents of Weija, they are hopeful that the situation will subside in due time for their lives to return to normal. This has been a special episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George Isi. Special thanks to my cameraman, Mr. Kwame Ajaho. Until we meet for our next episode. Bye.
Our next speaker is someone who does work in government, and he's here to discuss and tell us more about what his agency does when it comes to the grand scope of advertising and marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Honorable Kojo Okpong Nkrumah, the Minister of Information for Ghana, and I'd ask that we please put our hands together as we welcome him to the stage.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, and how are we doing? Thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning for the next about maybe 15, 20 minutes to share a few thoughts. Bolanle says, I'm here to tell you about what my agency does. My agency is the Ministry of Information of the Republic of Ghana. And we're set up within government to be responsible for first helping government communicate properly within itself, and then with its various stakeholders and publics. And if you have difficulties in the private sector doing this job, you can imagine what it is like in the public sector. This morning, I want to spend a few minutes to speak to you on the subject Africa Rising, like we've always been talking about, but within a slightly different context, a context of what a government agency like mine sees the task ahead of us. And I want to start by, just going to a dashboard of what I found on Google. So I just Googled Africa Rising, and I went for images to see, what pops up when you say Africa Rising. And you would find that the conversation of Africa Rising has been going on for a while now. A little over, 20, 25 years we've been talking about Africa Rising. And one of the first questions that came to mind was, how come we've been talking about Africa Rising for the last 20, 25 years and we haven't changed the conversation to Africa has risen, or the next phase of Africa, or what? And we are still talking about Africa Rising. And how far have we really come with this journey of Africa Rising? It got me thinking about what different people think when you say Africa in the first place. And actually, when you start talking about Africa and trying to find out what Africa means to different brands, corporate brands, government brands, other brands, Africa means different things to different people. And the challenges and opportunities and the concept of Africa Rising means different things to different people. So as far back as 2014, the WEF on Africa, some of their panels had a number of interesting personalities commenting on what they thought Africa Rising and Africa was. And I'm going to start from there, trace it to now, look into the future, and talk about what agencies like mine are doing and what your agency can do to help us succeed. Good deal? Deal. So, the Bharti Airtel Group, very big from India, then tried to expand around the world, now pulling back a little bit. I think it was Sunil Bharti in 2014 who said he sees Africa as an article of faith, a leap of faith, a jump of faith. Something that could happen if we jump into it, maybe it will happen. Imam Properties, Mohammed Alaba was talking about Africa going through pains, but potential out there. Maybe if we're able to overcome the pains, this continent of what? Poor, hungry people, not a lot of opportunities. Maybe if we get out of it, there may be some things out there that we could look out for. The Chinese guys were talking about the fact that Africa's rise will make the world more stable. So Africa was a landing zone, strategic landing zone for them, where if they were able to help stabilize, progress, and rise, the world will be a better place. Not so much about Africa itself rising for its own sake. And it could go on and on. Even for some of our own people, Stephen Olabisi from Nigeria is talking about the fact that this is the right time for anyone to come and invest in Africa. That's 2014. So I don't know if it's still the right time or if it's been the right time for a while or it'll be a right time in the future. But the point I want to make with this is that Africa Rising and Africa means different things to different people. What does it mean to your brand? What does it mean to public agency brands like mine? And how do we coalesce in a safe landing zone to agree on what it means and to move forward with it? Now, my conversation today I seek to traverse about 6 major pillars. I want to talk about the relevance of this concept of Africa Rising. I want to trace a recent history, some of the basic things we can see as evidence of Africa rising. Of course, there are challenges that I'll speak to. There are still opportunities out there that we want to talk about. And I think we need to redefine the conversation of Africa rising in the new context, your brand and my brand, and how we can get it forward, and then see if we can align and make some progress. So let's explore this together. So why is this concept of Africa rising still relevant today? After about 20, 25 years of this conversation, why is it still relevant today? It's relevant today for a number of reasons. I don't mean to say that this is an exhaustive list, but I think that these are some of the highlights for which reason it's relevant. It's relevant today because, first of all, we are a continent, no doubt, that has a lot of wealth. And I'll take my time to explain what the wealth is about. It may be in resources, in people, in many other areas, but we're a very rich continent. Yet, as people, many of us are very poor. And so we have an opportunity, a challenge, to try and align the wealth of the continent with the poverty of the majority of its people, and hopefully align it upwards, not bring the wealth down, but to get the people up to a point where the wealth of the continent means something for the majority of the people. So it's an opportunity to rise. That's why it's still a relevant conversation today. It's still a relevant conversation today because when you look across Africa and you compare Africa to many other jurisdictions, I think we can honestly say that we are still a weakly governed people. The Queen, Her Majesty the Queen, just passed on. And hundreds of millions of people were glued to their television sets, watching how in the midst of pain and discomfort, the British establishment was still so well organized and governed. And they knew who would take the first step after who, and what will happen after that, and what this means. And they were carrying all of us along. Of course, that's the empire, hundreds of years of, governing and organization. But in many other parts of the world and in Africa, you will find that governance has not necessarily been spick and span as we would want it. And in Africa as well, we can agree that our governance systems are still weak. And it gives us an opportunity to strengthen our governance systems and hopefully use those governance systems to deliver better value to our people. So that conversation is still relevant. It's still relevant because, tied to the first point I made about rich but poor, is the fact that the average African, the individual African, still has very low per capita income. If you look at the average earning of the average African, in my village or in your village, you'll find out that our per capita incomes are still very low. And yet Africa is full of opportunity around us. You can just walk out here and turn to your right, and you will see the opportunities that abound, whether it's in resources or it's in people or it's in potential out there. So the conversation is still very, very relevant today. Now, apart from the conversation of relevance, I want us to talk briefly about some of the historical antecedents in our recent past that show that the story of Africa rising is real. First of all, in the last 20, 25 years, while we've been talking about Africa rising, you'll notice that one of the things that we need to deal with, democracy, governance, has been gaining dividends in many parts of Africa. A lot of African countries went into a democratic space, elections upon elections, changing government, and beginning to deliver some dividends from democracy. Apart from the expanding democracy, you also find out that what democracy is supposed to deliver, which is growth, development, improvement in quality of life, somewhat started showing up. So you would notice that if you look at the raw data and expansion in GDP growth country by country in maybe the last 2 decades, sometimes it goes up, it comes down, but generally if you look at the trend, we're beginning to see some more increased GDP growth across Africa. Africa's infrastructure today is not where we all want it to be, but no doubt in the last decade or two, we can agree that there's been an improvement in Africa's infrastructure. And then in terms of quality of life, again, we are not where we want to be, but if you look at the human quality indicators across Africa, you would notice that there's been a mild improvement in the last 2 decades. So Africa rising has been a reality. If you had graphs, you would say where we ought to be, we are not, but it's also not where it used to be. It's gone up. Nonetheless, there are challenges, and I want to highlight just about 4 or 5 of those challenges. What appeared to be gains initially, improving governance, democracy, now appears to be weakening. There was Guinea, then there was Mali, then there was Burkina 1, and 3 or 4 days ago there was Burkina 2. If you are not paying attention, you may think all is cozy, but democracy across Africa in some areas appears to be going down the curve. We are weakening in terms of democracy. So is Africa still rising? Take the private sector. Many of you represent brands and you work for brands. And look at the growth that your client brands were experiencing and your brand itself was experiencing. And compare maybe the last 2-3 years. Are you seeing an explosion in the private sector? Is Africa still rising in that area? There are challenges there. There are growing insecurities in parts of Africa. Again, now if you look at what Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, the Gulf of Guinea, between terrorism and pirates, there's growing insecurity. Is Africa still rising? The economic hardships, the global economic challenges are biting in many African countries. So people's purchasing power is going down. What it means is that the brands that you work for are seeing dwindling demand for their products and services, and by extension, it's affecting your brand, I imagine. Is Africa still rising in the midst of that? And then I think one of the most important things, there's increasing cynicism. Increasing cynicism between the various actors in Africa. Yet in the midst of this, there are a lot of opportunities. And let me highlight just a few of these opportunities. You see, there's a challenge of a global food crisis currently. Here we talk about Russia, Ukraine, and wheat and everything else, and cost of living going up, and availability of food security challenges all over the world. But it's actually a brilliant opportunity for Africa and African food-related brands to now fill the gap that is showing up in many parts of the world. Africa has 17% of the global population. Depending on how you look at that, that's a huge consumer market happening or waiting to happen if we get the dynamics right. Income levels, people's preference and taste right. That's a huge market. That 17% has within it 60% of that population being younger than 25 years. So that's a very youthful, burgeoning population that can be a good producer market for many parts of the world. And talking of producer markets, Africa appears to be the next opportunity for the global industrialization drive. How many more factories can we create in Europe? So Africa is still a big place for the next global industrialization drive. 30% of the world's mineral deposits are here. Lithium and all of those that are being used to produce these smart devices, phones, etc. 30% of the world's mineral deposits are here. That's a huge opportunity. And then one of my favorites is that we have a huge diaspora that is hungry to connect. Millions of Africans and people of African descent around the world looking for tourism, homecoming, entertainment, and other opportunities, and to connect to the motherland. The recent Global Citizen Festival, never mind all the other things that happen on the side, but it's a huge example of how the world and the diaspora want to come to Africa and to connect. These are opportunities for Africa rising. And I want to connect these pieces. So there are challenges, there are opportunities, there is the historical evidence of how Africa has been rising, but I think that Africa rising needs to be redefined, especially on the back of the recent challenges that we've had, as I have discussed, on the back of, COVID, Russia, Ukraine, on the back of all of these ones, Africa rising, this conversation of 25 years needs to be redefined. And I think it needs to be redefined to mean about 4 things. Number one, and in no particular order, number one, I think that the first thing that Africa rising needs to do is to deliver an improved quality of life for Africans. What is the use of Africa rising if it doesn't translate into an improved quality of life for the 1 billion plus people in Africa? So what, Africa will rise and a few individuals and companies and brands will profit and the people will remain. Africa rising must lead to an improved quality of life for the people of Africa. And I think that the first part of this conversation of Africa rising and the purpose of brands is to see how we translate these challenges and opportunities into an improved quality of life for our people. I think another thing it should mean is, more specifically, Africa rising should translate into an educated healthy, safe, non-poor group of people. Again, if we're going to exploit all of this lithium and gold and 17% of the global population and build all of these factories around, what is the use if we can't translate it into an educated, healthy, safe, and non-poor people? A third redefinition of Africa Rising, in my view, must mean that there must be a flourishing private sector in Africa led by people who have Africa at heart. That includes Africans and non-Africans who have Africa, because there are some Africans who don't have Africa at heart. And there are some non-Africans who have Africa at heart. And so what I'm saying is that Africa Rising must also lead to an appropriation of the opportunities in Africa to the benefit of a flourishing private sector in Africa, led by people who have Africa at heart. And very finally, Africa Rising must translate into an environment that we can be proud of, the built environment and the natural environment. It must translate into an improvement in infrastructure around us and the natural environment. We can't exploit all of these and leave the environment haywire. And we can't exploit all of these and take advantage and make value out of it and still not see the development translate around our roads, bridges, hospitals, schools, etc. So when we say Africa Rising, in the midst of the history, the opportunities and the challenges today, respectfully, colleagues, I want to submit to you that brands like yours and mine must focus on how to get it to translate into an improved quality of life for our people, educated, healthy, safe, non-poor people, a flourishing private sector, and an improvement in an environment that we can be proud of. This is what it should mean. And it should call for purposive alignment. So I'm coming home. This alignment, in my view, requires four brands to work together to align if we are going to A, redefine Africa Rising, and B, translate it into some of the objectives that I'm respectfully submitting to you this morning. And the first group of people who must respond to this call are the people in the public leadership brand. So in Ghana, President Akufo-Addo is a public leadership brand. Former President John Mahama is a public leadership brand. I like to deceive myself that I'm a public leadership brand myself. Am I? So, public leadership brands must understand that Africa Rising, redefined, calls on them to deliver something, and we'll speak about that shortly. But I think that one of the brands that must respond to this call, as you mentioned, are the public leadership brands that are responsible for providing broader leadership for Africa Rising. I think a second group, a brand that also must respond to this, is the public institutional brands. So like the agency that I work for, the Ministry of Information and the Information Services Department, like many of the public service agencies we're talking about, Electricity Company of Ghana, they are very popular these days, I hear. I don't seem to know why, but I hear they are popular. Electricity Company of Ghana, Ghana Highways Authority, the National Health Insurance Authority. These public institutional brands must understand that they have a role to play in Africa Rising as redefined, or what I like to call Africa Rising 2.0. The Ghana Commodity Exchange, they have a role to play in Africa Rising 2.0. I think another brand, another group that must respond are the private sector brands. And I group them into two subcategories: your client brands and you. So the Guinness, the Coca-Cola, the Fan Milk, by the way, none of them has paid me to mention their name here. But all of these corporate brands, and you who help them to manage their brands, they all have a responsibility if we are going to achieve this Africa Rising 2.0. And then, most importantly, brand you, the people who have Africa at heart. This comprises mainly citizens and other people who have Africa at heart. Now, I want to submit to you respectfully that if these four brands are not aligned, we cannot achieve Africa Rising. None of these four brands can do this alone. The best private sector organization developing the best products and services on its own, minus the other three, cannot help us get to Africa Rising. If you take what happened in Kenya with the advent of electronic money, it was led mostly by private telcos, private sector brands. research and development, invested a lot, developed a service and a product that will serve people. But if the public leadership branch did not recognize it, and the public institutional branch, the regulators, did not make way and create regulation that made it easier for them to step up to it, and if the citizens and other players did not play their part, M-Pesa would not have succeeded in East Africa and become mobile money around Southern Africa and now in West Africa and in Africa and around the world, electronic or mobile money becoming such a big thing. No matter the kind of innovation that the telcos there had come up with. If the public leadership branch come up with a brilliant idea, I remember my boss saying that I'm going to put my presidency on the line to fight illegal and irresponsible small-scale mining. If the public leadership branch even get it and commit to it, and the public institutional branch don't play their part, the private sector branch don't play their part, the people don't play their part, we're not going anywhere. So Africa Rising 2.0, respectfully, in my view, is not just about this highfalutin concept of graphs going up, but it's about what these four brands can align on to achieve that. And I'll give you a few examples. Let's say healthcare. Find a public leadership brand that says, I want to ensure that my population is healthy and deploy good healthcare across the country. If the Ghana Health Service, the Nurses and Midwifery Council, the nursing training colleges are not aligned, are not investing in ensuring that the quality of healthcare is being delivered, it doesn't matter what you postulate at the top. If the private sector brands that are supposed to produce, the medication, bring in the medication, are bringing in fake products, are not delivering the kind of inputs that you require, and the people themselves are interested in cutting corners, etc., you won't get there. And I could go on and on and on with some more examples. If we decided to build the best bridges, and we committed ourselves from a public leadership point of view, and even the public institutions were aligned, and the contractors are not doing a quality job, or the contractors are doing, but the brand due is not willing to pay up whatever is required to pay the contractors, we won't get it. So I'm going to end my conversation on this point here. Purposive alignment between these four brands is what it will take for Africa Rising 2.0 to happen. Without it, we are not going there. What do we need to make it happen? I want to respectfully submit to you four things. One of the things that we have lost and we are losing, and it's very dangerous for us, is trust. There's a decline in trust between these four brands. Public leadership brands, public institutional brands, the people themselves, private sector brands. And there's a decline in trust. Everybody believes that nobody is going to deliver what they are talking about, and that you can cut some corner before you get what you're looking for. One of the four things that we need, if we're going to get the alignment of these four brands to achieve Africa Rising 2.0, is trust. So for us as an agency of government, we are trying to build some more trust. We may not be succeeding every day, a lot of difficulties in that exercise, but we're trying to build some more trust between us and the other three brands. And we're asking our institutions and the public sector institutions and our agencies to work to build more trust. I think that you need to also submit to your client brands and yourselves respectfully that we have to work to build some more trust. Else, we will not have that glue that allows us to achieve Africa Rising 2.0. A second thing that we need, I think, is positivity. Positivity. There's an increasing cynicism, particularly between public institutions and public leadership brands on one side, and then you have people and private brands on that side. And this increasing cynicism of nothing can be done, it won't work, is something we have to work out. We need to engineer some more positivity in the system. And if I may go a bit spiritual, if you allow me, I'm Christian. God, we are told, created the whole world by the power of his word. What we speak happens. So if we increasingly keep speaking that it cannot be done, it will not happen, it is not going to happen, we are speaking a self-fulfilling prophecy into being. And I think that we need some more positivity in this Africa Rising enterprise. I think another matter we need to focus on, another ingredient we should look at, is competence. So your client who is promising a new product, how competent is his team to deliver on that product that he's promising? Because a brand is not just a promise, it's a promise fulfilled. So if he is promising to deliver a product in a particular timeline or a service in a particular timeline, the promise is not enough, but how competent is his team to deliver on it? How competent is your team that is also promising him that you're going to take his brand to the ends of the continent and let everybody know and experience their brand? How competent are the public institution brands? If we say that, lights are out and we'll fix it in 24 hours, how competent are the people behind the public institutional brands? How competent are we, the public leadership brands? And if Africa is going to rise 2.0 in accordance with the new pillars I am respectfully submitting to you, I think competence is something we should pay some more attention to across board, from the top way down to the bottom. And I think finally we need some more grit, some more resilience. The fact that we tried today and didn't get the full results, and we tried today and maybe we failed, does not mean that tomorrow we oughtn't try. Apple is doing great today, but what was it? Steve Jobs was fired, was he not? Then he went to do Next, and then they later came to buy him in. If he had stopped somewhere down the line, we won't be having all of these iPhones that I see on your tables this evening or this afternoon. So we need some more resilience and grit. In Africa, sometimes it's a crime to fail. We criminalize failure. But I think that we need to encourage a lot more resilience and grit. And if we do that, we should be in a good stead to get closer to Africa 2.0, as I have tried to redefine. I want to end my submission to you this morning by saying to you that it is actually possible because other people have done it before. I was just asking you, how many more factories can we build in Europe? Because they have industrialized. The Asians did it quite recently. If the Europeans and the Asians and the Americans have been able to do it, we can. Especially with all the opportunities at our disposal. But it will only take the collective alignment of public leadership brands, public institutional brands, private sector brands like you and your clients, and the people. And I think we need to work towards that alignment so that we get there. Thank you for the opportunity to do this.
We're going to talk about some of our digital developments from GhanaWeb. I've already told you how we have started. We didn't just start out of anything, out of space or anything, but people actually sat down. It took hard work. Hard work, dedication. I always see Rob Bellard talking to the machine, talking to the computer. We talked about artificial intelligence. That's what's happening right now. You should be able to speak to the machine to do things for you. If you are not able to do that, forget it, please. If you can't use the machines, the machine that you have in your hand that you're using for different things to WhatsApp, it does bigger things than what you are using it for right now. Okay? Good. So we'll be talking about GhanaWeb TV. We'll be talking about Age Africa Agency, which will be my highlight for this morning. And then we'll be talking about GhanaWeb Club. All of these things you probably do not know, have not heard about, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about GhanaWeb Memorial. Wow, we're even talking about the dead people and everything. We're still talking digital. What are we talking about? You see how we're developing, how innovation happens? Okay, next. Yes, GhanaWeb reporter. I will not dwell on this because my colleague Ismail will come and talk about it. He is the editor-in-chief. I'll leave that for him. When he comes, he will explain a lot more and we'll go through some practices with you and you get to know. Next. Of course, how do we get to buy our data to do our stuff? One-stop shop, that phone that you need to do your stuff, you can always buy your data on it. Next. And then we'll do some other things that we are doing. We go to the airport and stuff like that. On the screens, you'll probably be seeing GhanaWeb doing some things on the screen out there. That is what the screen, those big screens are used for, and not for TV watching. The TV is in your palm. You are actually holding it. All right? Okay. Next. Great. So, and then here we will talk about my hairdo. Even in doing hair, getting styles of hair, there's digital. Move on. Good. And then how many of you know that we also have an awards scheme which is called the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards? Some of you should be nominated in the next year, because we'll finish the nomination for 2022 anyway. So next year we're hoping that once you do very well, you will be nominated, and that will be just fine. All right. Next, okay, so here is my motivation, and I'm sorry that this screen is not showing what my motivation is, but I'll tell you what it is. My motivation, that take advantage of the big tomorrow, and tomorrow is now. Did you hear me? Take advantage of the big tomorrow, and tomorrow is now. Now, if you think that the future of the new media is so far away, I'll tell you it is futuri. Some people pronounce future as futuri, right? It's a farce if you're thinking that the future is very far away. It is here, now. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you that if you take advantage of the future now, you are ahead of the game. The video we watched talked about 10 years and everything, but those 10 years are here already. And that's what GhanaWeb has done. Next. All right, so we're going to talk about GhanaWeb TV. TV anytime, anywhere. How many of you always want to rush home to go and watch TV? Show me. Yesterday, some of you were rushing to go and watch the match. By the way, Charlie, yeah, and I think it was Max TV. Thankfully, we thank them so much for showing. I didn't see it on GTV because I was looking, I was watching. But you know where I watched it? On my phone. All right? It's TV anytime, anywhere. And that is where the world is going. In 10 years or less than 10 years, those screens that you have in your home, you use it for something else. I don't know what you use it for. Whether you sell it for scrap or whatever, I don't know. But you will definitely use it for something else other than watching TV. Well, my background and everything is from traditional TV and all of that. Thank you very much, Metro, UTV. Well, they are all moving digital. And I don't feel shy or afraid to say it. That's the truth. They are all moving digital. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm coming from there. We don't know how many people were watching us. We don't know. We can't tell. The sample is too small or too vague, so it's difficult to tell how many people are watching. So GhanaWeb TV, if you move on to the next please, GhanaWeb TV is showing the way, and we call it the AVOD. What is it? Go on to the next please. Thank you. As part of the things that we have done at GhanaWeb is to put AVOD. How many people know what AVOD? How many of you know what SVOD is? How many of you even know what VOD is? It's called Video on Demand. Guys. Okay? And we've got different types of it. We've got what we call the SVOD. I'm teaching you. Some people pay to know this, or you probably read a lot before you get it. All right, so SVOD is subscription-based video on demand. Those ones you pay, and of course you get it. So your Netflix and whatever that you have, those even DSTV and all that are SVOD. There are no adverts on it. The only way they make money is through your subscription. Okay? So some of the things, in fact, also YouTube and all of that are more on that area. We also have the transaction video on demand. So TVOD. Transaction, you make a transaction, you pay them at a point in time, and then they give you your subscription, they give you time to watch it and all of that. Okay, some hotels, when you get into some hotels, you pay, and then they show you the thing. You can't watch it anytime, anywhere. And then we have what we call the AVOD, which is the advertiser-based video on demand. Now, all you need is an internet. But how do we pay for it? That is where the matter is. So advertisers come to it and then they pay for it. And this is what GhanaWeb TV has done. All right? Or this is what it is. Go to the next for me, please. Thank you. All right. So all these programs that you see here are on GhanaWeb. We have our own platform that we show our TV. I will not give you all the secrets to it and what we have, but when you come on GhanaWeb and you click on GhanaWeb TV, it will take you to all of these programs. And they are AVOD, advertiser-based video on demand. Video on demand means that you can always click on it and watch it anytime, anywhere. In the bus, while you're waiting, while you're here and you're bored, you're waiting for people to fill this room. You don't have to go and watch, go home and watch your set to see things. But like I said, our traditional TVs are getting onto digital, and that's the way we are going. We are always showing the way. All right, go to the next one for me. Thank you. Now, next, please. So this is it's not rocket science. It's there. I mean, if you are a researcher and you look at things, you'll be able to tell. Look at the line that is going down. That is linear TV. It's unfortunate you can't see the colors very well because of the projection. But that line over there that is coming down is linear TV. When I say linear TV, I'm talking traditional TV. It's the whole world. That's what's happening. Okay? And what didn't used to be the case, and the lady said it even in her video, you know, what didn't used to be the case is digital. It's going up. All right? So we are, and this is even just 2021. Give it some 2 more years, 3 more years. In fact, right now, you yourself said yourselves, how many of you actually sit and watch TV? You watch it on your phones, right? Digital development. Next. So that's for GhanaWeb TV. Please let's go to the next. And all of these indicate there's so many things I can't talk to you about. Come back, please. Come back one more. Thank you. So in all of these, we have. This shows, of course, that GhanaWeb has obviously the biggest numbers. There's no doubt about it. Okay, you can always check, and that's what digital does for you. All right, it gives you the reports that you're looking for in real time. All right, that's it. It's very difficult to see anyway. Let's go to next. Let's look at things that we can't see. All right, get back. Next. Right, okay. So, average daily views on other TV stations, so high. Let's not even talk about the TVs and all of that, but they're very, very high. Next, please. Now, when you put GhanaWeb into some of the TV stations, and these are old researches and everything, you find ourselves somewhere in number 8, thereabout, before where people got to know about digital. All right, next please. But if we put ourselves together into the digital space, see how stretched we are. And you can do the same with your TVs as well, or anything that you're doing. And I tell you, that's the reason why linear TV is moving towards this. If they don't, they'll die. And if you're working for TV stations where I have come from, I'm telling you, take advantage of the digital now. You had better. Okay? Because the future is on the phone. Right, next. Next. Thank you. Next. Now, this talks about the other places where advertising goes on. Okay? Most of you have seen SVTV, most of you have seen Kofi TV, most of you have seen Sammy Flex and Concern and all those guys, right? Right? Okay. How are they doing it? This is it. This is the reason. Okay? Advertising is on the internet. Plus it's cheaper. Okay? I am not spoiling traditional TV business. That's not exactly what I'm here to do. I'm just here to talk about the new media and the future, which is now. And I say take advantage of it. All right? Okay, next. Let's go next. So, well, in all of this, I have told you about AVOD. I have taught you what SVOD is, the TVOD is, what VOD actually is, and what GhanaWeb is doing, which is the AVOD, which is advertiser-based video on demand. Next, please. The differences here are very, very clear. With online, better selectivity, data versus no data. If there's no data, you don't see any data, but it's the data you see in real time, measurable on a daily basis. Advertising formats include a call to action. On GhanaWeb TV, when you watch any of the programs, you can actually visit the advertiser. Very simple, straight. It's just like you're watching YouTube. You can visit the advertiser. All right, and it will take you to their back office, their call center. Call center is dying anyway, but it can take you to their email or even their WhatsApp. Okay, very, very interactive. Okay. I think we can go on to the next. Let's go on, please. I've said a lot about GhanaWeb TV. Please go on to, if you can get the next. Yes, keep going. Keep going. Thank you. The formats are there. We also do the squeeze backs and the crawlers and all of that also. Okay, so these are some of the presenters we have on GhanaWeb. So the hosts, you can go on, please. Let's show the sports check. Bloggers Forum now is eForum. We've changed it. We've talk entertainment. Also is fused with another eForum. So we've got entertainment. We've got the lowdown, which is general issues go on. We've got moves and cuddles. Relationship type of thing. Vistec, go on. All right, Untold, some things that you don't know about. The guy comes with Untold. The Chi News is every time. So everything that is read on GhanaWeb, the news, the headlines are translated in Chi. And so you can click. For those who cannot read and those who still want to get the news, they can also get it in Chi. Say it loud. Go on, please. Go on, trending, Ghana sports. Yesterday I watched our sports there. The eyes on the road, around Diaspora Link. Go on, election desk. Go on, and Komo gossip show, special. Go on, and so on and so forth. Of course, yes, I also host one. Isn't that nice that I also have to host one of my business moments? Okay, so, well, obviously, Eric Blijo is here, so anytime you guys want to do any business with GhanaWeb, of course, we're here to actually do business with you. So yes, we can talk about other things, other developments, all right? And we're talking about GhanaWeb Club. Go to the next, please. Thank you very much. What is this? Where community members actually meet to take advantage of some privileged partnerships that we have, okay? We've got partners and we've got members. Now, in GhanaWeb, we have over 800,000 members, people who have signed up to be members of GhanaWeb. Okay, so we put them in a community. And then also, we have got partners. So Malcolm is a partner, Woodin is a partner, we've got other big partners coming up. Okay? Now, what we do is that we've negotiated with these partners to give discounts to our members. All right? So our members go into Malcolm and they can get a very huge discount. Digitally. They do that digitally. We have not seen them before, but they are there. We know who they are because we have unique numbers for them, and that is what we have to do. The market becomes more effective if more personal and relevant with data-driven approach. This is what GhanaWeb thrives to do. To make sure that once you are there on your phone, you can always go and do things. Okay, go on to the next. Now this is what it looks like. If you're a premium member and everything, you get to know your partners get to know you. Our partners get to know you. We get to know you through your digital card. Next. Okay. Next. Okay. Now, so for benefits to GhanaWeb, you can save up to 33% on products and services from GhanaWeb. All right, you get 5% discount shopping. What have you at Woodin? Woodin has, Malcolm has just changed their brand logo. We relaunched, and so that's very nice. You can actually go there if you're a member, and you can sign up. For now, you can sign up for free. It doesn't cost anything. And you don't have to pay anything. Partners don't have to pay anything. All they have to do is just give discounts, and then we're good to go with GhanaWeb Club. One good thing about it is that you also get a card, and it's not a physical card. You have it on your phone, and you can show it at the counter to say, I'm a member, and pick up your things on a discount. Beautiful. Digital development. Next. Well, this is my headwear, and I'm sure this we can't see a lot about it, but the point is that there's an app that we have developed. And mind you, we do these things by ourselves. All the coding and everything is done by ourselves. I talked about the digital, the development guys there. They do everything so wonderful. And they make sure that they do the right thing. They're very meticulous about things. We developed an app that you can always go and look for your hairstyles. The women out here, you can always go to my hairdo. If there's any hairstyle that you're looking for, you can actually go and click on it and see where. We've also partnered with some salons where you can find that very close to you, and then you can just get it done. We're planning to do some very innovative things around it, make it come closer to you as much as possible, and that's what makes it digital. Please move this forward, completely forward. All right. Just go on until we get to the next. Thank you. So yeah, we're planning to do some events with it and all that. Okay, go on. Thank you. Okay, so I talked to you about GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. We thought that our people really thought that it's you guys have done so well. You guys, it's so many people on your platform, and it's about time that you come up to show us the people who really deserve to be honored. So we gave the platform to our people, and so we have given them the opportunity to nominate and then decide who are the best guys to take Ghana to the next level. And so we did that from 2021, and we have come to a new edition, which is the youth edition. Most of you fall in that category. We expect you all to be at GhanaWeb Excellence Awards on the 19th of November, where we will be giving awards to deserving youth within our space. And I'm sure that if we had time, I would have gone through a lot more of it than some of the people. Nominations have been done, and so what we're going through now is to make sure that we select 5. We have got so many nominations, over 400, Benis? 400,000, or how many? Plenty nominations, and so we just sieve them to make sure that we have 5 in each category, and then people can then vote for the best. And we are not charging any money for the voting. You just have to be a member on GhanaWeb and help to vote your best guy. Okay, next. So that's all about Excellence Awards. Let's go on to the most important part of my presentation for today, which will be linked to exactly what we are talking about. Go on, please. Thank you. Go on. Keep going. Oh, that didn't stop. Just bear with us. Don't mind me, I thought that. Okay, here we go. Now, so many of you are here, either you are interested to be creators, or you are creators, or you want to make some business, you want to make some money, you want to develop digitally to make some money. All right? Here is the opportunity for you. Okay. Now, you're doing things by yourselves right now, and I do not know whether you are so comfortable with what you have. Age Africa Agency has come for you. All right? Now, that is an MCN. MCN is a multi-channel network employed by YouTube to make sure that they manage creators. All right, let's go to the next one. Now, we work with, if you are the next YouTube hit, then you need Age Africa Media. Next, please. We work with creators, we work with brands, we work with publishers, we work with artists. What do? We make sure that we manage your channel. We manage your channel as much as possible for you. Okay, it's not maybe you think that you're doing something. Do you know the reason why you are not even monetizing yet? My guys, this could be the reason. Age Makers Africa Web, we're connected with Africa Web. Age Media is connected with Africa Web and Africa Business Communities. All right. Now, so if you are part of the Age Agency, Age Media or Age Africa Agency, you're also part of Africa Web Group, and you're part of the Africa Business Communities. That's the largest community in Africa. and so you're part of that group. They help to build your followers as much as possible. That's all about monetization, isn't it? How many people have followed you? How many people have looked? How many watch hours do you have? That's what it is. Okay, so we know what you want to become: bigger on YouTube, to gain money with your content, and to present the best content to your audience. Age Africa offers a dedicated partner in your country who would optimize your content and help you to build the optimal content strategy. You need that strategy. Okay? You don't have it yet, or you probably don't know it yet. You need the strategy. You need help. And so we give you that help. This is Paladin. It's a software that a dashboard that we give you to be able to check, so that you also know what we're doing with your channel and how much we are monetizing your channel. This is the most important thing around what I'm sure you like to know. We've got 4 streams of revenue. Programmatic advertising, I'm sure you all know what that is. That YouTube monetizes automatic programs. They put some adverts on your content, and you make some money as well. Okay. Now YouTube keeps 45 and distributes 55 to the MCN, and the MCN now works with you to get this. You don't. How you get this is the MCN, which is a multi-channel network that works very hard to make sure that you get more money. Then they can also make some money. All right. Now direct advertising. Age and GhanaWeb will acquire local and international advertisers to show their commercials and video advertising around the video content of the YouTube publisher. Okay. Now before the video will be uploaded, the video commercial will be added. So we get advertising to add to your content, and then we share that revenue. When it comes to direct advertising, we share it 50-50. I bring people to your channel or to your content, and then they pay the money, and we share that 50-50. There's no cheating anywhere at all. Native advertising. Now, if you have created your own thing, and then you have gotten your own advertiser to put on your thing. If it's Pepsodent, and you start brushing your teeth and then creating something that you're brushing your teeth with a particular toothpaste, that's your own thing. If you got it by yourselves, that's it. You get 100% of it. Even though you can come and use my studio, you can come and do anything for your digital development, you still get your 100%. You get your money. All right. Then obviously content upload used by others. Beautiful videos, content attractive, and all that. This is where people tend to steal your content and stuff like that, but we help you to protect that content, and then obviously you make that money for yourself. So here is a share. I just talked to you about direct advertising is 50-50. The programmatic, you, the creator, you get 65%, and then Age gets 35%. You've cheated us, but it's fine. We're developing you. Native advertising. Oh well, this one. Well, it depends on you. If we bring you the advertising, obviously you get 50%, and then we get 50%. But if it's your own thing, you get your own 100%. You can take it. Then the content upload. Well, we get 65, and then Age also get 35%. All right. So these are something we can talk about it and everything, as long as you're big. Most of you are not big yet, and this is where we come in. Next. Right. Let's go to the next. So people have said very nice things about Age Africa Agency. Okay, Age is one of the most trusted MCNs you could work with. Blah blah blah. I joined Age and it's made me wonderful. Blah blah blah. All these wonderful things have been said about Age. Why don't you also get on board and get to know us, get to understand, and get to trust us? You can find us in Africa. We're in Ghana, we're in Kenya, and we're in Tanzania. By the grace of God, if you're looking for the Ghana representative, Did I put on my shoulder? Talk to me. All right. Okay, next. Let's keep going. All right. So let's start the conversation. I think there's a lot that you can do next. There's a lot that you can do. There's a lot that can happen. Oh, why? You don't like my face? It's a lot that you can do. I'm sure that we can develop together. We can't talk about everything in this room. The time is limited. I believe that you have been blessed by some of the things that we've talked about, and I'm sure that you want to enhance or further the conversation. Let's keep talking. My name is Ekow Blankson. That's my number. You can call me or you can send me an email.
Come, it's open and champo. Telling you about mommy, and after singing, I'll be like, pay up. I just rendered a service, so pay up.
Wait, talk of this music. You got any favorites in there?
Yeah, I have Me Pentem Akomedonchen. That song. You see the intro, that sound, that melody, that beat. It kills me.
You wanna give us a line if you like?
Yeah. Okay. Oh. Me pentem, akome donche, inti krachi jai, emesa mimbrewa. Me pentem, akodo yo, inti orejai, emedada mio. Me fufure, and I would run and say, who be see me, ma? See a shout for fire, I see a do see a go.
Okay. So now that you did sing your father's song, are you going to take money from me? Like,
I'm good.
Talk about that later.
I'm good.
We are trying to change the conversation in our Zongo communities. We are fortunate to be living in the 21st century with the powers of technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. That is what we are trying to introduce to the community. The reason why we started the Zongo Shark Tank is that we realized that in the Zongo communities, there are a lot of young people with brilliant ideas, but they don't have the support in terms of financial support, technical support. So we open it up to every young person with an idea. Come and pitch your idea, and then we'll give you the support. Our support is more or less like a seed capital. We are planning to work with you. It's going to be an incubation program. We'll get support. Just yesterday, someone contacted me that is an angel investor. In other words, he has lots of money that he wants to invest. He has seen the Zongo Shark Tank. He feels that he can come in to support. So this morning I was telling the contestants that, look, everybody is getting something. You are not losing out. I just want you to give out your best. You know, inshallah, we will try and support all of you.
The Ghana Water Company from Sunday, October 2nd, 2022 commenced spilling of excess water in its dam at Weija. 2 days down the line, this has resulted in flooding in various communities in the Weija municipality. Currently, this is a bridge serving one of the areas in Weija called Away. The bridge serves as one of the paths that leads to the area, and currently the excess water or the flood water is threatening to cut this place off. We understand that a lot of people are currently in their homes and have been left stranded. Those who have been able to brace the flood waters are making their way out of the community. We speak to some of the community members to find out their plight.
It is the main one that serves the community and the new Weija. It links old Weija and new Weija.
And now it is being cut off.
Yeah, and it's the first time, honestly. You know, we had a catchment area. We had a catchment area that was some pits that keeps the water, and then they've come to dump boiler waste in it. And because of that, that is what you are seeing. Everywhere is flooded.
You just came from there?
Yeah, I live across.
What's the situation?
Extra worse. People are having to relocate. In fact, for so many years I have lived here, I've never witnessed anything like this. It is precarious. Lives might be lost. Yes, I do. I do.
I understand some people have been caught up in their rooms.
Yes, I mean, it's more trouble. You can't even move your car, you know, and that is what it is. So I decided to check what is happening around this area too, and this is what I see. For about 2 days now, people have not been able to get out of their houses, and it is getting worse. You know, that is the situation. No, it's not waterways. We don't have people building in waterways. We used to have pits where the Chinese dug soil from there. I had to build a national theater, you know, and so the waters were collecting there whenever they spilled the dam. But they've come to put boiler in it. It's become a dumping site. They want to reclaim the land and sell it. So once they put waste in it, the water has nowhere to hold than to come into the houses. That is the problem.
And a bridge weapon and a home.
And your bridge weapon, bridge in so a biwa. Yet to me faha. And round corner, and in then I am massa. Sunday no move. About 3 years.
3 years now. It's one about the sign affected.
Missy, your name in Academ. Yentmin, Yemenina, Caho.
And your mother any day.
So far, me fancy a fridge. Yantare, your bag. Near maybe as I say, what them be out. Yentmin Remugu.
Much before school.
About your eye. About your eye. And this year, your baby, I solid them be. Them. Now, dear, be able to alcohol side. If I said by a memenedano, and no man for Sierra no be an engineer and master. It's the end of the day and name is ISA. It will be quite a demo, you must say, a bit a bebasa.
Mohan said in Sony Bemono, if you must say Mohan in Sony in Kansas, we see that one, Kansas,
Sir, we are what are now bad. The way I sit and shall say, ye be a bear, the Baba Togo. And when you sit down and show you, we are sharing you. Yes, Rabbi said, the afternoon, Mobia be our pastor or Baboy Biano. Or no, I'm a boy, a panitawala. You're going to do so, panito. Yes, then almost you, Mukakran, your whole tree.
So for residents of New Weija, this bridge that links them to the various parts of the Weija and its environs, the furthest this water has risen to is about 6 feet. But now it has gotten to the bridge level, threatening to come over the bridge. We understand that some or several residents have been locked up in their homes, and some residents say this is most likely to lead to the loss of lives. Reporting from the Weija municipality in the Greater Accra region for GhanaWeb TV, George AC.